12. This is Ray Goetting on March the 15th, 1993. I'm going to give you what we'll probably call a memory tape that begins as soon as I can remember after our birth, which would be at the age 4 years old. At that time, my recollection is that at one time we had sailor suits. Ralph and I, identical sailor suits because we were twins. Certainly not identical twins, but twins. And I remember the sailor suits, and I remember one time a lady by the name of Helen Baughan, who was probably 18 years old or thereabouts, was visiting us from Minneapolis, right along with her parents. And they were very good friends of our father and mother. And she gave us a bath up in the bathtub. Both of us in the bathtub at the same time. And what I recollect particularly is when she wanted us to wipe our bottoms, you put the towel up in the front and hold your hand in the back, and you just run the thing back and forth. That I recollect. But that was at about 4 years old, I'm sure. Then we played a great deal, Ralph and I, and our toys were mainly blocks, wooden blocks that were something that my dad had got a hold of, bought the lumber, and they were either 2x6s or 2x4s, or maybe a few of each. And he cut them in different lengths, like 6 inches and 12 inches. I think that's about the extent of it. And colored some green and some red. And we had a whole lot of them, a bunch of them, so we could build lots of different things, and it was really fun. And we kept them in a box, and I think in the corner of the dining room, and then we could bring them out and dump them on the floor in the dining room, or dump them on the floor in the living room if Mother would allow it, and we would play. And we'd have little cars that we could run in and out in the little 10-cent store cars, and we had a lot of fun. We had another set of toys that was very unique, and that was a set of trains. They were wooden trains, all handcrafted, with the handcrafted animals, wooden animals. And it was supposed to be a circus train, and it was colored as a circus train, and painted, lettered, and so forth. I think there were about three or four cars and an engine, and the cars were freight cars, so you could slide the door open and put the animals in. Now that was really something different, and I imagine today if anybody could find something like that, it would be worth a bundle. But we played with that unit a great deal of the time. Whatever happened to that, I'll never know, but just like a lot of other things, as you get older, they're either giving them away or whatever. So I don't know what happened to that. But we did play together a great deal. Particularly in the winter time, there was nothing much to do outside. Play in the snow, which we did that too. Played in the snow and played outside a great deal. But there wasn't much to do in the house. Now, as we got a little bit older, we went into kindergarten at a school called Edison School that was probably about 2 blocks away from our back door. And that's where we went to kindergarten. And the teacher's name was Miss Huff. I remember that. And in kindergarten, we had a lot of fun there, too. We cut out little pieces of paper and made chains, different color, paste them together and make chains, and colored. And then they had a drum and a couple of horns, and we could make a lot of noise. I think we went to kindergarten half days, but I'm not sure of that. I do recollect, though, that when I went to kindergarten, I wore, now this wasn't all the time, I don't believe in kindergarten, but I was handed down from my mother's sister a pair of button shoes, button-down shoes they called them. And they were a little bit too big for Ralph because he was a little smaller than I was, but they were all right for me. Probably still about 2 inches too big, but we put paper in the toe of the shoe, and I could wear these ladies' shoes, button shoes. When I think back, it sounds a little ridiculous, but there were hard times those days, and mother had these shoes, I guess, and anyway, I ended up going to kindergarten with those button-down shoes. I don't recall having any problem with that at all, like kids teasing me or something like that, because I had ladies' shoes. They were pointed toe shoes that were up to your ankles. So it was different, but there was no problem with it whatsoever. But among other things we did, Mother would make us sandwiches, and we would go out in the backyard and sit and play like we were having a picnic. And we had a swing in the backyard that swing on both sides, and it went back and forth, people facing each other, a wooden swing, and we'd swing on that. We had an apple tree that later on in particular we were able to climb and enjoy a great deal and have the apples. So we were busy. We had some nice neighbors across the street, young people, same age. But as we got a little bit older, we were more involved in going out and playing with the neighbors, kids. Their name was Knapp, Bill and Richard Knapp. Then we had one next door, another Knapp, another cousin. But we had dogs, particularly Boston Bulls, and one was named Duke, and I can't remember the other ones. It doesn't make any difference at this time and point. But we were always busy. We had a good time. We played in the house, and we always had a few chores to do, but nothing, too strict or too hard to do because we were like 5 or 6 years old. A couple of kids across the street about the same age, they called Dick and Bill Knapp. And then a neighbor by the same name of Donald Knapp and Eleanor Knapp. They were cousins. So we would be able to play outside quite often. Just play games. I'd go sake and this type of thing. Had a lot of fun. Always had a few chores to do even at that age, but it didn't interfere very much. Then, among other things we would do, would be to play, as we got older now, we would play Multi-Peg, even, what was this game when you played with jacks, where you threw the ball up in the air and had jacks, and this other game where you skip, I guess I call it that, I don't remember, you skipped up down the sidewalk, did different things, I forgot what that was called. But we did a lot of little things like that. We'd have to play some girl games, boy games, whatever, and always to try to keep busy. And we had a lot of fun. We just had a lot of fun. Then as we got a little bit older, and I'd say it's 8, 9 years old, my brother had a friend by the name of Jack Miner who was the agent for the Saturday Evening Post and Ladies' Home Journal and so forth. So we started selling the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, and Country Gentleman magazine. That was about the first real job, real responsibility with income that we had. So I think it was Wednesday night, Jack Miner would bring over the Saturday Evening Post, and then we'd go right out and start selling them. We sold quite a few of them. We'd go to the apartment houses, and people after a while would get used to us to bring their Saturday Evening Post, only sold for a nickel. And then the Ladies' Home Journal, that was a monthly magazine, and then when that would come out, it would be delivered at the same time. So we'd pay for our magazines and then go out and sell them. Then if there were some that we had to return, when he came by the next week, we could return them because they weren't sold and we'd get a credit. And then the Country Gentleman, I don't remember selling very many of those. Then this led eventually to taking, what am I trying to say here, subscriptions to the Saturday Evening Post. People would rather subscribe than to pay a nickel each week. They could buy it for a lot less. So we would sell subscriptions to the Saturday Evening Post, Ladies' Home Journal, and so forth. Then that led into us selling subscriptions to all magazines, practically all magazines. And we made a good business of that, particularly around Christmas time. We would call on different people not too far from our home, maybe 4 or 5 blocks, because we were still pretty young kids. And we'd call on different people and sell them subscriptions that they would give to their friends and relatives. And that worked into a pretty good little business, too. one of our best customers I remember was Mrs. Granger. She bought maybe $10 or $15 worth of subscriptions, and that was a lot of money. Then, as this progressed, we started going downtown and selling the magazines on the corner in front of the Mayo Clinic, the old clinic and the new clinic. Now, I talk about the new clinic. That was built in 1930. And, of course, we were born in July of 1918, which I didn't mention to begin with. So we're talking about the years of 1922, 23, 24, in that period of time. And so we'd sell these magazines downtown. We had a little competition with that. I remember a guy, he didn't like it because we infringed on his selling. His name was Rudy, and he had a brother. I can't remember his name. But we'd set our magazines down there on the sidewalk next to the building and then sit there and try to sell them, and we'd sell a few. Then occasionally there would be a newspaper that would come out, as they called, not a special, what the devil do they call them, an extra, after an election or something like that. Then we'd go over to the newspaper office at night. Whenever that extra came on, it was usually at night after the election, we could buy those papers for 3 cents and sell them for a nickel. So we made a few bucks that way, a few pennies, I better put it that way. We never made a lot of money, but whatever we made, we enjoyed, and we were able to save a little bit and give a little bit to my mother, and she had kind of a system worked out where we took all the earnings, supposedly, the profits, and we split them 3 ways. 1/3 to the family to help with the home and so forth, and 1/3 in the bank, and 1/3 for ourselves to help buy clothes. But there wasn't that much money involved at that time in life, but it certainly changed later on. So now we're getting into the 10 or 12-year-old situation where we start delivering papers. I think we started at around the age 9 or 10. And we knew the town, our part of town, pretty well, so we had no problem there. And we started delivering, I think the first papers were the St. Paul Pioneer Press, which was a morning paper out of the Minneapolis, St. Paul area, and then an evening paper called the St. Paul Dispatch. And I had the morning route, which was the St. Paul Pioneer Press, and I had about 60 or 70 papers, and I'd get up around 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30. Those papers were brought down by truck from Minneapolis and then delivered down in front of what we called the Black Spool Hall. And George Russell, who was the agent, had his offices upstairs. So we'd have haul all those papers upstairs and then count ours, count them out, and then fold them and put a sticker on them, and then go about our route. Load them all up, get them on your back, and go out and peddle the papers. Ralph took the evening route, which was the St. Paul Dispatch, which had around 50 or 60 papers, not quite as many as I had. And so he ran the evening route, and I ran the morning route. And that worked out real good. We got about $5 a month between us. So that was $2.50 each. And then one time, George Russell asked us whether we wanted our money together as usual or separately. And I guess one time we just said, separately, so we won't have to bother to divide it. Come to find out, I got $3 and Ralph got $2. But I think that was because he had an evening route, which wasn't quite as difficult as getting up at 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and trying to plow through the snow, as it would be in the evening where he had fewer papers. But that worked out just fine. We had those routes, I'd guess, a couple of years, getting us into the 11 and maybe the 12-year-old bracket. And one time I remember in particular, in a Saturday afternoon, I'd already delivered my papers in the morning, and I was down with Ralph, and we got our money on a Saturday when we got it, and I think it was once a month, that we went down to the Woolworth store. We were just little kids, you got to remember we're like 9 or 10 years old, not very tall, and we'd look at all this candy in the Woolworth department store or the Woolworth 5 and 10 cent store. They had all this candy, bulk candy. And we were just looking at it one day, just barely able to see it, but we could sure see it because it looked like there were tons of it. When a fellow by the name of Paul Schmidt, who we knew, I don't know how we happened to know him other than he had a lot to do with the summer school activities. At the summertime at the public schools, they'd have activities there for the young people, like baseball and volleyball and croquet, and then different things for the girls, more or less, on the inside, netting and all kinds of activities. And he was in charge of them. Anyway, he saw us standing there looking at the candy and so forth, and he bought each of us a pound of Spanish peanuts. At that time, they were only 5 cents a pound. We each had a whole pound of Spanish peanuts. And boy, we were really happy, really happy. And that was nice of him to do that, because we weren't allowed to spend our money like other kids were. And we were rather frugal, too, to make sure that we came home with money, particularly after we were paid. So that worked out real good. I remember that incident, and I got to know that fellow real well later on. I think Ralph did, too. He was very active with the sports department in the city schools. Anyway, he saw us looking there rather sadly at all this candy and peanuts, and he bought us each 5 cents worth of peanuts. And that was really nice of him. We got a little bit older, like 12 years old, we joined the Boy Scouts. And we each found uniforms, used uniforms that we could buy from ex-Boy Scouts. I don't remember where we found them, but we found them. We joined Troop 23, which belonged down to the Congregational Church. That's where we met. I don't remember what day of the week, and it doesn't make much difference. We enjoyed that very much. Went to different outings, cookouts, and so forth, close to town or in town, down by the rivers, and so forth. And we enjoyed the Boy Scouts, and I think all as far as we got was tenderfoot. And then that's just about the first step up. And I think that suddenly came to an end because Dave Bach was a very good friend of ours. He lived down the way, our same age, and his dad owned the Bach Music Company. So Dave could play the piano, and he could play different horns. Even at 12 years old, he played the piano real good. So we had to put on a skit one time down at our scout meeting. Now, there were just mostly scouts there and scout leaders, and then I guess a few adults must have dropped in, because I don't remember why we were having a skit, other than occasionally this would happen. Different parties or different scouts would be asked to put on a little skit. So we decided to put on this skit, Fine and Dandy. Dave would play the piano, and Ralph and I would be the so-called dancers. They didn't know what we were going to do, so Dave gets there playing the piano, and Ralph and I start hulaing, doing the old hula, like they did in Hawaii or still do, and a hula dance. And that they took a little offense to that, but Dave Bach started playing the piano. And this is the way it went, like this, the song. For the dance they do is enough to kill a Jew. Dee 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 dee. The dance they do is enough to kill a Jew. Well, we sang that, and Dave played the piano, and the people in the audience took a dim view of this and brought it all to a halt and started chasing us. They chased us all around the church, up into the belfry and outside. And I think that pretty much put an end to our scouting. They just frowned on that a lot. But it was a lot of fun, and we were really shaking and having a good time. We were kind of cut-ups, I guess. I guess it isn't a matter of I guess. I guess we just were. We were. There's no question about that. But we had a good time. Now, that's brought us into about the 12-year-old. But prior to that and during these years, we also decided, and somehow, I don't remember how it started, but we started getting into the business of selling chocolate milk and ice cream and near beer. So we had a cart, and Dad and my father built a box, so we put it on this cart, and then we got a galvanized liner for it, so that we could put ice and chocolate milk in there, or regular white milk to begin with, and near beer, because this was before 1933 and there was still prohibition. You couldn't have beer, and Eskimo pies. So I remember the first time we started this thing, we went down and got a couple dozen Eskimo pies and got some just regular milk. We had in mind chocolate milk, but I'll get to that in a minute. And then we got some near beer, and so we'd go around to the garages, into the back of the garages where the mechanics were. And there were a lot of garages, and we'd go from one to the other and holler Eskimo pies, chocolate milk, and beer, and we'd sell it. The Eskimo pies were a nickel, chocolate milk was the milk was a nickel, and the beer was, I think, 15 cents or a dime. It was near beer. Then we asked them if they could make us chocolate milk. Well, nobody had ever made chocolate milk that I know of, so we talked to the dairy about it. It was the Rochester Dairy, and they came to a formula that worked out real good. It was milk with chocolate, some kind of a chocolate that they could mix with the milk, and in order to make it mix, you just couldn't shake the two that way. You had to get some tapioca. Tapioca is a very small form of a dessert, kind of rattled around like marbles, but not nearly as large. But you could shake it up, and it would make this chocolate and the white milk mix real good. So we could just shake that, and you'd have nice chocolate milk for a nickel. So we ran that route in the morning. We'd start around 9:30 in the morning, go down there and set up the whole thing and get our supplies. And we found out after the first couple of days that you had to have more than just regular ice to keep those Eskimo pies. Up to that time, I didn't know there was such a thing as dry ice. But they suggested that, and it worked like $1 million. We just needed a separate container. Then we could set that metal container in our cart, and it wouldn't get water in it, and it would keep the Eskimo pies hard. And then, of course, the chocolate milk and the beer were laying in the ice water. So we'd run that route in the morning, Ralph and I, and we'd take enough in the morning to just about double the amount of business we'd do in the afternoon. So everything that we took in the morning, we'd need to buy our supplies for the afternoon. Then when the evening came, we knew exactly, after a while, we got onto that as to how much we'd need to start the next day. So we took all the money we took in all during the morning to buy everything we needed in the afternoon, and in the afternoon we'd set back, and I think we kept out $2.50 for purchases the next day, and then we divide what was left. And we made about $2.50 a day or $1.25 each. Now that was for a full day, starting around 9:30 in the morning, and we'd get on till about 11:30 or so. Then we'd come home for lunch, and then go back. Now, first we pulled that cart up and down the hill. Our home was up on a hill, and we were about 6-7 blocks from the Rochester Dairy home. Yeah, 6 blocks, I guess. But after business got real good, we didn't like pulling that thing up and down the hill anyway, but after business got real good, my dad, we took another wagon, or not, I guess we took the same wagon, took that box off, and he built a big box. I mean about 3 times the capacity, that looked kind of like a hip roof little shed, and you could pull up each side and get at it from either side, and it held a lot more products. And so that got to be too heavy to pull that back and forth from the house. So we rented a little garage down right across from the Rochester Dairy for $3 a month. That was 10 cents a day. And we'd keep the cart in there, and then we'd always have about a case of beer. We'd get that, it was Miller's beer. We'd get that from the distributor. He'd deliver a case when we wanted it of near beer. I don't remember what that cost, but it wasn't very much. And so we could make a few bucks. We did that, I guess about 2 summers, Ralph and I did that together. And then I think on the 3rd summer I got into something else. I can't remember what it was, but some other kind of a job. But during these different times, later on then, we started peddling papers. Not just the St. Paul Pioneer Press and Dispatch, but the Minneapolis Journal. I had a Minneapolis Journal route. And when Ralph would run his afternoon route, the St. Paul Pioneer Press, I ran the Minneapolis Journal route, and the guy that ran that deal was Art Nelson. Now, Ralph started, then I took over his route, and I don't remember why. I guess he got into something else, too. So I was running a real nice route with the St. Paul Pioneer Press, but it was early in the morning. It made me late for school in the wintertime in particular, because the papers would come in late, and the snow would be 2 feet deep, and I just got back on my route too late. Sometimes I had to be 2 hours late to school. And I wasn't doing very well in school anyway, and that upset my mother no end. So I got a paper route called the Rochester Post-Bulletin, and that was the prestige route to have. And I got that route, I think, when I was about 15 years old, and or 14 maybe. Well, I know I had it in 1933, so I guess I got it maybe at 13. And I ran that route about 2.5 years. And I made about $2.50 a week, but you had to collect on Friday night and collect on Saturday, and you only got paid for what you collected for. You didn't buy your own papers, but if you didn't collect from the people on a Friday or Saturday, if they paid by the week, then you didn't get paid for running that route or peddling that paper. So you'd get 3 cents a week for the ones that paid you that you had to collect from for delivering 6 papers. That's a half a cent a day for each paper. That's all you got for stopping at that house. And then for the ones that paid by the year or that, sometimes 6 months or a year, they had a different type of a receipt that we didn't ever collect on. They always paid the office. So we only got 2 cents a week for those that paid in advance that we didn't have to collect from. 3 cents for the one we had to collect from. But if you didn't collect, you didn't get paid. So there were many, many times that, particularly in the wintertime, that there'd be complaints. The paper, if you couldn't get it inside, would blow away or blow all over the place. And every time you had a complaint, a good, legitimate, what he considered a solid complaint, he'd charge you a quarter. Well, you get a couple of those quarters in there, and then your money per week went from $3 down to $2.50, or maybe as low as $2 1/4. And then when we delivered in apartments, you'd throw the paper at the door, right at their door, and then you'd get a call they didn't get a paper. And you pretty much knew what happened. One of the neighbors who didn't take the paper probably took the paper in. So that's the way that would figure out. But it still cost us a quarter. And then we'd have to go downtown, get the papers, and take them back to those people. Anyway, I did that for 2 or 3 years. I remember selling that to a guy that got killed in the war. And I won't go into that. But I sold the route. And it was a good one. But at that time, Ralph and I were kind of drifting away. We were interested in different types of things. I was in sports pretty much at around 14, 15, 16. And he got ahead of me in school. He was smarter than I was, so he got ahead of me in school. We went to kindergarten, then we went to the 1st grade, and then we both were able to skip the 1st grade and go into the 3rd grade, and I flunked the 3rd grade. Now, that was a tough grade. I mean, that was really tough. I had to learn to sing. I had to learn to add 1 and 1. I couldn't handle that. And Ralph went zipping right up to the 4th grade, and I played the 3rd grade over again. But I'll have to be real honest about it. I wasn't much interested in school then, and never was interested in school. But that's beside the point. Ralph got ahead of me in school, so he got in with different friends, and we drifted apart. We were 2 different kinds of people, different temperaments, different ambitions. I don't know. That's the way it happened, and it continued that way through our life. So now we get into high school. Ralph is busy with certain things. I don't know. He's 1 year ahead of me. And we did have a friend, though, this Dave Bach I was telling you about earlier. So when we were in high school, we'd go home at noon. We'd walk up through the alleyways right to this Dave Bach's house. And we were making root beer and birch beer. And then we started making some wine. Now, we could do this in Dave Bach's basement because you'd walk in his garage and then you could go down steps into his basement. You didn't have to go through the kitchen. So we were making root beer and birch beer, and then we started making some wine out of many pounds of dried figs. We started making wine anyway. We did it a couple years. So every noon on the way home from school, I'm talking about high school, like 10th grade, 11th grade, 9th grade, something like that, we'd go in and stir the wine, and eventually that wine was so you could drink it, and then the birch beer and the red beer we could bottle. So we had a lot of fun. Dave Bach was a real good friend. Then in 1933, then we were coming into 15 years old. We used to play together quite a bit, but I had this paper out then that was downtown, the Rochester Post Bulletin, and it ran me into different stores, and one was called Rummel's. What would it be? They sold chicken feed, this type of thing. I want to call it a produce, but that wouldn't be it. Chicken eggs, chicken feed, dog foods, everything like that. And so I'd deliver that paper, and they'd be working on eggs. What do you call it? They'd put them up to the light to check them out. I can't recall now what they call it. Candling eggs. So I'd watch this guy candle eggs, good ones from bad ones. And he always had quite a lot of bad ones. So I asked him one time if I could have his bad eggs. So I talked to Ralph about what we might be able to do with those eggs. because Halloween was coming up, and we could just take those rotten eggs, or we could just throw them at people, or whatever we wanted to do. So we talked to Dave Bach about it, and he thought that was a good idea, so we could get boxes from the Bach Music Company, which his dad owned, and records came in these big boxes, and they had Excelsior in them, so that they wouldn't break. So that worked out real good. We could put about a dozen, dozen and a half, 2 dozen eggs in each one of those boxes. So I accumulated over a period of about 2 or 3 months hundreds and hundreds of eggs. So we put them in boxes, delivered them around our neighborhood and a little bit away from the neighborhood, put them under barns and outhouses. Those things were available those days, outhouses, barns, so on. So we knew where they were hidden. So comes Halloween, bingo. We were going to have a real good time. So we knew exactly where all these rotten eggs were. And they were rotten, and they did smell. So we got together, left about 6 o'clock in the evening, 7 o'clock in the evening, after we got the dishes done at home, because Ralph and I had to do the dishes, and we had all kinds of jobs. And I'll talk about that right now. When we were at school, we'd come home at noon, and I did the dishes and helped Mother with the cooking because we had dinner at noon. Then Ralph ran the vacuum and other little things that had to be done, and Charlotte made the beds, this type of thing. And then we had to help with the cleaning. Saturdays there was jobs to do, always jobs to do before we could play. And Sundays we went to church, and we always had to go to church. We were very stout Catholics, at least my mother was. And so anyway, those are part of the jobs that we had to do at that time when we were young and coming home from school and so forth. Okay, so now we're organized. We're getting ready for Halloween. So we left after the dishes were done in the evening, because sometimes kids would come to get us in the evening, but we'd be doing dishes. They'd have to wait till the dishes are done before we could go out. But anyway, we went out that evening and started going around town and picking up. We knew where our eggs were. We'd put them out there weeks before, so we knew they were good, really good, and spoiled by this time, rotten. And then for any people that we happen to know we didn't particularly care about, we'd knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and then get back. The people would come to the door. Now I'm talking about Halloween evening. They'd come to the door, and most of the doors at that time had screens on them. They hadn't put in the storm door part yet, the glass part. So they'd open the door, and then we'd throw these eggs. And they would filter right through that screen, that rotten egg, all over the people that came to the door. We thought that was pretty neat. Well, it wasn't very neat, but anyway, we thought it was. So we did that for a few people that were customers of mine on the newspaper route that I didn't particularly care about or were tough to collect from. So we were up in an area, way up on the hill, up by, Wrestler's house and Tock's house, Harwick's house. That doesn't tell you anything, but it was up in what they call the Pill Hill, where all the doctors and the more affluent and rich people lived. So we were up there, and the cars were coming by, and we'd throw eggs at these cars. Well, lo and behold, this one little Ford Model A came by, little coupe, and we threw eggs at that coupe. Gee whiz, if they didn't jump out of that car and chase us. We ran down this one hill just about as fast as we could, cut into a backyard of a house, and Dave Bach was ahead, and he lifted up the fence. There were a lot of fences those days. People had chickens and everything else, and he got through there. Then I was next. I lifted up the fence. I followed Dave through. Ralph got a little behind us. He was a little bit smaller than we were, and I don't think he could run quite so fast. He gained a lot of height later on, but anyway, he was pretty small those days. So he comes along to this fence, and he's holding it for me to come through. Lo and behold, I was already through, but bingo, there was the police car that we'd fired at. And they'd come and caught Ralph, hauled him down to the police station, and called our folks. They had to come down and get him. Next day, he had to go down and start cleaning the police car. Now, we'd thrown these rotten eggs at this police car, and they were really upset about it. Now, we were still pretty young, but they didn't do anything with us over and above telling our folks about it, and we'd catch the devil. Then the next day, we found out we had furnished eggs to other people, too, that were operating downtown. So they started throwing them in buses. So it was a terrible, terrible Halloween, 1933, which would have put us at 15 years old. And there was a lot in the newspaper about it, and by golly, things are going to have to stop. Well, we got into high school, of course, the next day, and Miss Snodgrass, who was the principal, said, well, she had a big assembly, called everybody in, told them about the 1% scum that were in the driver's seat and caused all that trouble the night before. Well, and the 1% scum primarily was Ralph, my twin brother, and myself, and Dave Bach. We were the instigators, more or less, but we did share our rotten eggs, and then these people took off. And there was a lot of trouble. It wasn't just us. There were other people, too, that were raising the devil with cars and bicycles and tearing things up. We didn't destroy any property. All we did is throw eggs at people and cars. Well, our names didn't come out in the paper, thank goodness, but we were pretty unpopular for a good long time. Then later on, I became the president of the High Y. But prior to that, they decided that they had to have parties at school to prevent all this destruction of property and try to get the young people to enjoy a Halloween without this type of thing. So I went through a period of attitude adjustment, obviously, and things worked out a lot better in the long run. These parties were fine. They had general assemblies, and the High Y Club was put in charge. This one year in particular, 1936, I think it was, and plans were made for future parties, and it worked out real good. So that gives you a fill-in on what the future held. Election for the High Y, and I got to be president. So here she is up on the stage saying these things. Now, she had been mad as hell at me for years, 2 or 3 years. She'd call me in and suspend me when the hunting season rolled around because I used to skip school and go hunting, skip school and go fishing, take friends with me, get up and walk out of school. So she'd just give me 0, which didn't make much difference because that was my average anyway. Anyway, here she is up there on the stage. She's saying, well, now we'll have to talk about this party, and I want to turn it over to the president of the High Y, and that's Ray Goetting. Well, here she said, and now we don't have the 1% scum. Well, everybody laughed because they knew that I was part of the 1% scum, and so was Ralph, and so was Dave Bach. And here we were, now and pretty much in charge of this big party. Well, that worked out fine, but that's now we're talking around 15 years old. So you can see we did have a lot of fun. That was about the only thing you could do those days. Well, let me go back a little bit now and talk about things following that, if I can. About that same time, Ralph broke away from the delivering the papers and got a little stand where he sold popcorn. Then I remember another thing he did. He not only had a popcorn stand, but shortly thereafter, or maybe about the same time, well, it wouldn't be the same time because you can't be 2 places at once. He started putting little cards on dirty automobiles that were in town. There were a lot of people from out of town that the cars were dirty. He had a little card made, my dad being in the printing business and everything, that offered to pick up and deliver the car and wash it for 50 cents. So they'd call home, he'd get on, pick up the car, and we were around 15 then, I believe. And that was really a joy because you got a chance to drive a lot of different automobiles, and that's just about the time everybody started to learn to drive. You could get your driver's license at 15. So Ralph made a few bucks washing automobiles. He'd bring them up to the house, our home, and turn on the hose and wash them and deliver and pick up another car and do the same thing over again. He got 50 cents. Probably got a tip once in a while, too. And he had this nice popcorn stand, so when he had a little popcorn left over, we ate that. That was really delicious. So we had all kinds of things going. We caddied, went out to Soldiers Field, where they had a golf course. That was downtown Rochester. We caddied. We hunted golf balls. We made a few bucks there. We went out to the Rochester Country Club in Rochester, Minnesota, and that's the city we're talking about right now. And we caddied out there. And you'd get 35 cents for 9 holes, 75 cents for 18 holes, sometimes caddy double. And if you're lucky, you got a tip. But we had to walk about 3 or 4 miles to get out there, whereas the other golf course was only about a half a mile from our house. But you did better out to Kalamazoo Country Club because the people were richer. They had more money, and they were a little more liberal. So we did those things. So we sold magazines. We did so many, many, many things to make a buck. And we were always able to pretty much carry ourselves. I remember one time, Mother didn't like us to go to the show only when she'd say, and that would be like once a week, and then there'd be a Tarzan serial on, or a Western, way back at the Westerns. We're talking about, 60 years ago now, talking about 1930, 31, 32, when they started making movies with sound. That came on in around 31. Up to that time, we had silent movies. But we'd go to those movies and have a good time, but we were only allowed to go once a week, and we usually went on a Saturday afternoon if we had time, or Sunday. And but I remember one time I was delivering the paper in the evening, and I wanted to go to see this one show. It was called Lilac Time, and it was right within a half a block of where my route ended. I knew my mother wouldn't let me go, so this was around 7 o'clock at night. Papers were late, and it was in the middle of the winter. So I called home, and Char answered the phone, my sister, and I said, "Tell Mother and Dad that I'm going to the movie, and I'll be back." And I hung up. I went to the show. When I got back, my dad was waiting, so was my mother, and out came the whip. And that's another story. That whip was something in our family that was there all the time. We had plenty of discipline, no question about it. When I was in the grade school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, the nuns there, one nun in particular, her name was Sister Jeremiah, every time she'd get upset with me or anybody else did, and that was quite often, I'd have to run my paper out, come back to school, and then she'd get out the horsewhip, and it was a horsewhip. My dad usually sent the horsewhips. He'd buy them and send them to school for discipline, make damn sure we got disciplined. So she'd grab me by her left arm, grab my left arm. She'd put the whip in her right arm, and then we'd spin around the room in a circle. She'd keep whipping me in a circle, going counterclockwise, saying, "Ask for mercy, ask for mercy." I don't know if I ever asked for mercy, but I'll bet I started crying after a while. We wore knickers those days, and when we wore knickers, all we had was little light socks on, stockings on, black stockings. She'd whip me in my legs until they bled. I kid you not, until they bled. That happened about 10 or 15 times every year, from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Then I left the parochial school and went to the public school. But that's the way that thing happened. Talk about discipline, it was lousy. And my mother started that kind of thing, more or less, because when I got into high school, I'd get to school, and then they'd call me out of the room and tell me to go to Miss Whiting's office, who was the assistant principal. She'd call me in with a smile on her face, say, "Ray, you got to go home and hang up your pajamas, and I'll give you 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I'd run home as fast as I could, go in, have to go upstairs and hang up my pajamas because my mother called and reported that to the assistant principal. Then other times she'd call, I'd have to go home, shut the door without a bang. I made too much noise and I shut the door, I slammed it. I had to go back, go home, go in the house. My mother'd say, "Now you just open that door, and when you leave, you close it quietly. Close the thing quietly, run all the way back to school." Now that's what was going on with my mother in discipline. And they, as I say, they'd furnish the whips, and they furnished the sticks when they ran out of the whips. We'd go out by the garage and collect these little twigs, kind of, out of some small kind of a bush, and they were very limber. We'd peel them back, take them to school, and they'd use them for whips. Go back to Rochester occasionally now. I can get in the automobile, and I can take my sister or anybody else and go right up to my first stop for the Rochester Post Bulletin route, the best route I had. I had two routes. I went from a downtown route to a route out in our area. I can go right to the house that I started that route and run that complete route and end out, I'm talking about running up and down the road with the automobile, and end out at the apartment house, the last stop on my route, which was about a block from this Edison school or about 5 blocks from home. And I always ran as much as I could. As I'd take more papers out of the paper bag, it'd get a little bit lighter. It'd always start out with a full load of 60 or 70 papers, but then it would lighten up. Then I'd run home. And that's where I got started in developing my legs, apparently, because later on in high school I did quite well in track, in high school track, running the 100, the 220, the 440, and the relay, and also throwing the shot put in the discus. So I was pretty busy those days in high school. Well, I think we're getting pretty close now to turning this thing over, and I'm going to run it on the other side. Let me check it out. A little bit left here. What you people want to remember, who was ever listening to this, and I'll probably be long gone when you hear it, we didn't have television. We only had radio, and that came on when we were probably 12, 13 years old, when we could even listen to a radio, to Amos and Andy and things like that that you people have heard about. So we didn't have any television. We had to play outside. That's where we played, and we enjoyed it. We had in our backyard in the wintertime, we had a ski, ski jump, a little ski jump, a little runway. The next door neighbor had bobsled. We did a lot of sliding, a lot of skiing, and a lot of ice skating. And later in high school, I was on the Rochester hockey team, and even a couple of years out of high school. Well, everything was different. Everything was different. But I'm going to get on the other side of this tape, and I'll continue on, and I'll be able to tell you other things that I didn't put in the proper sequence, but different things that I think you'd be happy to know. Okay, we're continuing on from side A now to side B. Here we go. Well, I think it was about the age of 11 and 12 that we became members of the YMCA. And that was really nice. My father, who owned a Hack and Goetting printing company, he was a co-owner, and then he eventually became the sole owner. They belonged to the YMCA. They donated money to the YMCA, so we picked up our membership based on that. And that was a lot of fun. They had a swimming pool there. It was only 25 feet long. But that's when Ralph and I learned to swim. We were very young. We might have even been 10 or 11. It's hard to remember. A lot of things went on those days. But once you swam that 25 feet by yourself, you got a little bit of a... I've forgotten, it was not a medal, but it was something you could put in your lapel or something like that that said you had finished swimming 25 feet. And it was at the YMCA, and then right off the swimming pool were all the showers, right there against the wall. And the men were there, and the boys were there, and we'd all sometimes swim together, all naked, everybody in the buff, and that's the way it was. But it was a nice place, the YMCA. We missed out on that for a few years because they didn't realize that our dad had a so-called company membership, and then it wasn't until we asked him if some way he couldn't work it out so it would help us that we started being able to go there. But they had a gymnasium that we could play basketball in when we had any time, and like Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning, whatever, if we could find some time. And then you played ping pong. And then they had a little place there where you could buy candy bars. And the candy bars were the most important ones those days with Milky Way, which was a vanilla and a chocolate. And then there was, I think the Snicker bar just about came in about that time. But they also had the Three Musketeers, which was 3 pieces. One was strawberry, one was vanilla, and one was chocolate. And you could buy those frozen or non-frozen. And that's when I personally got acquainted with eating a frozen candy bar. Wouldn't dare do it today with my teeth the way they are after all these many years, but that's what we did then. It was a fun time. So that was the YMCA situation. Now my father had this printing company. A couple of times we'd lose dogs because we were always bringing home dogs or they're coming to the house. And if we'd lose one, then my dad would print up these bills, as we called them. Different color bills, be about 8.5 by 11, lost dog, and we'd go around and deliver them around the neighborhood till we found our dog. And eventually we'd get our dog back. So, and my father also was, he'd sell fireworks. It was during the Depression, and people didn't have any money. My father at the time, I remember particularly back in 1928, well, even prior to that time, we had the first car I remember was a Graham Page. It was a 7-passenger touring, and it had side curtains. My dad always liked automobiles. He always seemed to have one of some kind. And so he sent that down, and they put sliding windows so they didn't have to get out and put up the slide curtains when it started raining and stuff like that. Then in 1928, he traded that car for a Chrysler 70. And that was really a nice car. And he paid $50 a month on it. Now, at that time, employed, I didn't know there was such a thing as buying something on time. But it wasn't until later on when, during the Depression, that having been drawing a pension from the Spanish-American War, my father was in the Spanish-American War, and he got a pension because he was, I think it was a medical separation type thing because of his health when he sent home during the war or after the war. I don't remember which, but he drew a pension, $50 a month, and he paid that on this automobile. And then they cut his pension from 50 to 15, and that was a catastrophe around our house because that $35 a month meant a great deal. The house payment they were paying on the house wasn't but about $30 a month, and here they'd already cut $35. Now Dad had to try to make that car payment. Well, anyway, he'd go out and get more printing, try to get more printing business to help. And then his mother would sit, and they would in the evening at the dining room table, and I'm talking about the Depression when things were really, really, really tough. These were times when Mother would send me down and Ralph or anybody else to buy eggs at 15 cents a dozen because they were cracked eggs. This was down at the same place where I got the rotten eggs, the Rummel's, whatever, I can't remember the name of the store, but it had to do with eggs and feed and everything else. But we'd go down there and buy eggs for 15 cents a dozen, cracked eggs. So things were tough, but they'd sit there at the table, tried to figure out how they were going to pay the Hagen brothers. They had a meat store, so they owed them every month. They'd deliver. Everybody delivered those days. You hardly ever went into a store unless it was a neighborhood store, which they don't have anymore. And but they'd deliver. And then there was Roth. He had a vegetable store, and he'd deliver. They had these delivery people that, well, in the wintertime they had horses and sleighs, and in the summertime, I don't remember what they had, wagons, I guess, because there were automobiles available, but not too many people had them. But so they'd sit down and try to figure out how to pay $3 here and $5 there on their bills so that they could keep getting meat. We used to take back, I'd get home after my paper out, and Mother would open up some pork chops that she ordered. She'd think they were too fat, too much fat on them. She'd call up that Hagen brothers and tell them that they're too fat, and she'd send them back, and I'd have to take them back on my bicycle. Imagine walking in with 6 or 7 pork chops and having them traded in so you get some that didn't have quite so much fat on them. Well, that's the kind of deal that was going on. My mother was all the time sending something back. We were all taking turns sending them back, take things back. It was kind of embarrassing, but that's the way it was. But times were really tough, and I'm just telling you that because this is the way life was. So we always had to kind of pull in our belt and everybody help as best we could. My brother, big brother, when he graduated from college at the University of Minnesota, this is Leck, he graduated in dairy chemistry. So he got a job way up in northern Minnesota in a small dairy, Pine River, I think it was called, the town. Eventually he ended up back down to the Rochester Dairy in Rochester, and he was living at home, and the way he paid his way was all of our milk bill, which was big when we had 5 kids at home. The milk bill and the butter and the eggs that we could get from the dairy were all deducted from Leck's salary, and that's the way he paid. And then the rest of us just put in a third type thing that I've told you about. And eventually some of the money got in the bank. Then we'd go down and buy clothes. Mother would take us down to the Boston, I forgot what it was called. It was the Boston Company. Anyway, that was the store that sold clothing, Boston Clothing. People owned it by the name of Lawler. We go down there and buy our clothes on a Saturday night generally, and a suit was like $11, $12. And if we had that much, Mother took it, and used it to buy our clothes. She was always with us, though. Dad would get our hair cut on a Saturday night also. We'd go downtown, and of course in a small town like Rochester, about 15,000, 18,000, farmers came in every Saturday night because that's the only time they could get away to come in and go shopping, and stores weren't open on Sunday. And Saturday night was the only night, and the town was just loaded with people. And that's why we'd go down to the Boston Company and buy our clothes with Mother. And then Dad would take us over and get haircuts after we got to be about 13, 14. Up to that time, he cut our hair. But he always say to the barber, just leave enough on there for me to get a handful of hair so I can work these guys around if I have to. He was more or less kidding. But haircuts then were 15 cents. So that's the way that worked. About 13 years old or there, I can't remember our age again. Ralph and I never had bicycles until we got pretty old. We we ran our paper routes walking. And eventually, we always wanted a bicycle because other people had bicycles, but then we didn't have the money for the bicycles and weren't given bicycles. But I do remember that, I don't know how old we were again. It's hard to remember, 10, 11 years old. We wanted a bicycle so bad, and we both had made our first communion prior to that time. We had these nice prayer books. So we thought the best way to get a bicycle was to pray to God and get one, that's all. So we slept together in one of the bedrooms at home. Mother pretty near always had roomers. So we only had a 4-bedroom home, but she always had one room rented out. And then Mother and Dad lived in a room, and then we had 5 kids to share the other rooms. And one stayed in one of the bedrooms with a day bed, and then 2 in each of the other beds. That's the way that worked. But so Ralph and I stayed in this one bedroom. So we got our prayer books out and decided if we'd say our prayers, go through that whole book. Rather than just these short prayers in the morning and the evening, we always had to say prayers in the evening. And during Lent, we had to kneel down and go all through Lent, saying the rosary on that hard floor every night for years and years and years. But anyway, we got our prayer books out, started reading those prayer books, decided if we'd read that whole prayer book, by God, that ought to get us a bicycle. So we'd read a little bit every night. We each had the same kind of a prayer book, and we'd read it. And then I think in the course of about 2 weeks, we finished up the prayer book. So now the next day was the big day. We were going down to find our bicycles. Well, the next day we went down, no bicycles. We looked in the garage, looked in the basement. God hadn't brought us any bicycles. And this is the honest to God truth. So the following Christmas, I think, because we were old enough to have a bicycle, that at Christmas time, we went downstairs, and lo and behold, here were 2 bicycles. One was a Ranger. It was kind of a brown and white. The most beautiful bicycle I'd ever seen at that time. It had a toolbox in between the bars, and it had a little thing on the back where somebody could tie on books or sit on it, I suppose. And it had a light on it and a little horn. And that bicycle was Ralph's. It was called a Ranger. And Dad had bought that from his partner, Elmer Hack. Son had it, and he'd outgrown it. But it was just like new. That was beautiful. Ralph will remember that. It was called a Ranger. I had one that was called a Buddy. It was red and white. Or not red and white, red and black. It was called a Buddy. And I liked that too. It wasn't near the bike that Ralph had, but it was fine and dandy with me. It was a bicycle, and that's what we needed. And so what happened was Dad had taken $10 out of each one of our savings accounts to pay towards these bicycles. And I don't know what he paid for the bicycles. Maybe it was only $10 each. But I don't know, whatever it was, Ralph's was certainly a beauty. But that didn't bother me any. I mean, we had wheels. So now where are we? We're in the middle of the winter with about 2 feet of snow, and we got bicycles sitting inside. So we figured out that we could go down the hill back to another road called 6th Street that was level, see if we couldn't ride those bicycles. So we pushed them down, and then found out that the snow was real deep, but there were ruts there that cars had been using, so we could ride down those ruts. There weren't a lot of cars on the street those days. There weren't a lot of cars those days anyway, but compared to today, but in the middle of the winter. So that's where we used our bicycles the first time. It was on a Christmas day down on 6th Street riding through ruts. But we got them home and dried them all out. Decided to forget that till spring, to where we could ride outside where it was dry and be better that way. I had a lot of fun on my bicycle. I know Ralph did too. But I had a lot of fun on my bicycle because those days we were looking at Western movies like, Ken Maynard, Tom Mix, people you people have never even heard of that were cowboys. Wonderful pictures. And these guys would get on their horses, and then if you guys have ever seen them, I don't know, you people listening, some of you are probably maybe older too that are listening here, but these people would ride those horses real fast, then they put their feet down on one side, and then the momentum of the horse, their feet would, as soon as they hit the ground, their feet would swing right up, and they'd go right over the horse and come down on the other side, and that was kind of a trick. Well, I could do that with my bicycle. I thought that was a pretty big deal. I could get on a hill and go down and then get off on the left pedal on the left side, put my feet down, and and swing right over the bicycle. So I was kind of imitating those guys that were cowboys. Another thing we had at the movies, now we got in for a dime until we were 12 years old, but I was big for my age. I had a hell of a time getting in for a dime even at 11 years old. But we'd crouch down and a lot of times get in even at 13 years old. Ralph could do it a lot better than I could because he was about 4 or 5 inches shorter than I was. And we'd just go up to where you'd put the money and our head would be just about that height. And we were probably like 4 feet high. And but anyway, we'd go to the show and then they had... it was only a dime. Popcorn was a nickel. And then they had these cereals. At the time, that was big, in my way of thinking anyway, was the Tarzan, or we called them Tarzan cereals. Every Friday and Saturday. You could hardly wait till the following week to find out what happened to Tarzan when some lion was even grabbing him, or he fell down into a big trap, or, different things that happened to poor old Tarzan. So we try to go to the show, hopefully, on a Saturday afternoon if we didn't have a route, or Saturday night, or Friday, or whatever we could squeeze out of our mother so she'd let us go. But wasn't always easy. But I thought they were pretty good about it. Then later on, as I grew older, and Ralph grew older, he started working as I think he was in one of the hotels for a while. Working as, what the hell do they call him when they haul the baggage around? Bella. But anyway, we were drifting apart a lot. I don't even know sometimes what he was doing. I don't even know if he knew what I was doing. But we did drift apart. And we got into different kinds of jobs. But I do remember in I think it was 1935, that I got a real good job for the summer at a place called Grain Cigar Store. And they had a liquor store on one side and a cigar store, and then they sold beer, also draft beer, because this was after 1933. And I got a job there for the summertime, and they paid me $50 a month. And I was kind of in training for a while because I had never used a cash register much. And I got that job, and I loved it. After I was there about 2 or 3 weeks, not at the end of the month, when Ralph Grain calls me in, he said, well, your mother called and wants your check sent to her. My paycheck, $50. Not to give it to you, but to give it to her. And he said, now, Ray, I'm not going to do that. I told her, you earn the money, you get it. It's your job, you get the money. I'm not going to send it to her. And I was very put out about that. Because I thought, well, I'm going to lose my job now. Mother won't let me keep the job. But anyway, I kept the job. Mother kind of checked me out, I suppose, see what I was doing with my $50. But I got $50 a month. And within a couple of weeks, I was opening that store at 7 o'clock in the morning. And I'd get a phone call like 5 after 7, and then they'd hang up. So I always knew that it was Ralph Grain, the owner, calling to make damn sure I was there at 7 o'clock. But I'd open this place up, get the newspapers in, mark them, get things all ready. And then these other people would come in around 9 o'clock. And I worked from 7 o'clock in the morning till I think it was either 5 or 5:30, and I worked 6 days a week. I had Sunday off. And I made $50 a month. So I was working like 230 or 40 hours a month, 220 or 30 anyway. I was getting 20 cents an hour. But it was an inside job, and I liked it, and I met a lot of nice people, and a lot of the kids from school would come in, and I'd make them malted milks, super big malted milks. Those days they were drinking cherry cokes and having malted milks, different kinds, and stuff like that. It was fun. Then after that, I started working for Montgomery Ward's, and in the meantime, while I was also working for Graham's, that was only in the summertime, but in the wintertime, I got a job with the J.C. Penney Company with a friend called Bob Stewart, and his dad was manager. So I worked over there, and I got 20 cents an hour. And I had a lot of fun doing that for a couple of years. And then one year, Bob and I took our 1936 Ford up north for about 10 days, 2 weeks, way up in the north, Ely, and got a canoe and went back in and portaged down the river. And we'd borrowed a camera from a guy by the name of Boucher. And it was a lot better than the cameras we got when we were 12 years old. At 12 years old, everybody that was 12 years old on the 12th anniversary of the Kodak company got a camera free. We all had one of these little brown cameras, all of us that were 12 years old. Anyway, we didn't take that one with us because now we were around 15 years old, 16 years old, 17 years old. And so we went up and took all these wonderful pictures on the portage, going up and down the portage, and gee, the damn canoe got stuck. Came back, developed about 4 rolls of film, didn't have a picture, and found out when he'd given us and loaned us the camera, it had a regular picture, then a time exposure, and had been set on time exposure. And I never heard of such a thing. You had to push the thing twice. So we had no pictures from that. Then in I think it was 1928, well, after 28, probably about 30, 31, Ralph and I and a guy named called Shadow, we took the 1928 Chrysler up north. I think we were 15 years old. We had to be to drive, so it would have to have been 1933. We were going 15, going on 16, because I remember walking down the street in a town called Bemidji, and I didn't have any shirt on, and I think either we were all together or just Shadow and I, and some young gal about our age said to me something about, "What do you think this is, your birthday?" I didn't have a shirt on, you know, just pants and no shirt. And lo and behold, it was our birthday, 16th birthday that year. I think it was that day, even. Anyway, we took that car. The folks allowed us to take that car up. I was surprised at our age, 15 years old, to go way up north in northern Minnesota and take the only car we had. Dad walked all the time then. Everybody had to walk while we were gone. So that was nice. Bob Stewart and I took the 36 Ford that was traded later on from a 34 Ford. We took that up. They allowed us to do that. So they were quite generous, I thought, in the way they treated us with the automobiles. The question would be, when did I start getting into long pants, since we all the time wore knickers? Well, to say that probably was when I was about 15 years old, thereabouts. Mother was very particular about what we wore, our mittens, and she knitted a lot of things for us, and she made a lot of clothes, but not for us. She did for the girls. And but anyway, we always wanted to wear long pants because the other fellas were in long pants, and we were running around in knickers with patches, leather patches on the knee, because we were pretty hard-wearing kids. And but I think it was around 1934, maybe 33, maybe earlier than that. I don't remember. Don't remember exactly. 12, 13 years old anyway. Mother told me I could have my first pair of knickers, so I went down to this Boston company and bought some knickers, or not knickers, but long pants. Boy, I was plenty proud. Those long pants were called hip zips. Now you may wonder why hip zip. They zipped up the side, the same way that women's skirts zip up the side. There was a fly, and it had a zipper on it, but the zipper didn't go all the way to the top. So they were called hip zips, and they were kind of a black and white. I remember them. My long pants. Boy, I was so proud of those. I was able to buy them on a Saturday because I got paid that day when I was running my paper out. I suppose I paid $4 or $5 for those pants. I don't remember. But I was so proud. I went to church in the afternoon. We were Catholics, and the young people were supposed to go to confession. If you're going to go to confession, and we're all supposed to go to confession every Saturday afternoon and go to church and go to communion. If not, well, 7 days a week, 5 days a week, or 3, or whatever we could get by with. Anyway, I was so proud. I went over there to the Catholic church and made sure I got in there about the time when all the kids were supposed to be there, and I go prancing in with my long pants. And I made sure that I kind of moved around and talked to different people in different pews. Of course, that was not unusual. Once I got done going to confession, I guess I stayed for that. But I got waltzed out of there by the teacher because I was spending too much time visiting. But what I really wanted them to do was to see my long pants. And that would have had to have been I don't know when, 13, 14 years old, I suppose, before we were allowed that liberty. At that time, my father took us down to Whitewater State Park. And even maybe a little earlier in life than that. We were going on a little camping trip. He was a great trout fisherman, a real trout fisherman, and So we went down to this Whitewater State Park down by Winona, Minnesota, by what we call the Arches, and a guy by the name of Bill Lemke, I remember his name, Lemke, was in charge of the park, and Dad knew him. So we camped out there in a couple of pup tents. Dad brought along plenty of food. We had big cans of beef stew. They were a nickel a can, and hot dogs, cookies, marshmallows. We had a lot of fun down there, and Dad got up early every morning, and he was fishing by the time we got up. But we had our BB guns. We got our BB guns at Christmas the year before, and that's another story. That we got BB guns. This was a Christmas that rolled around. We didn't usually get a lot for Christmas, but one main item, generally speaking. And in this case, we went down Christmas Day, and we were looking for see what Santa Claus brought us, and wasn't anything around. Our stocking, we each had stockings, of course, Christmas stockings with an orange and a little candy and so forth. But we were pretty gloom because there wasn't anything obvious to us, for us. So everybody started to open presents, and we got little presents. We were each given $1 to buy presents for the other members of the family, which allowed about 10 cents apiece, and maybe a nickel for candy. But anyway, we didn't see anything for us, and then as we got a little bit more concerned, Ralph and I, and the mother and dad could see that. They reached up and said, "Oh, look here. There's an envelope in the tree." So there was an envelope for Ralph, an envelope for me, and they'd say, "Look under the door," or look behind the door. Look under or behind the door, and there was another envelope that would say, "Go look under the bookcase," or something. And then from there, look under the Davenport. And under the Davenport, we each had letters like this that took us different places to look. But under the Davenport, there were 2 Daisy BB guns, and they held 50 BBs each, and they were carbines. You pulled out the handle, and they were wonderful. And we had a lot of fun with them. Shooting cans in the basement, we put them on a string and swing them back and forth, sit on Dad's bench or stand next to it and shoot these cans. It was a wonderful Christmas present. Okay, now we're down to the Arches at camping out. Wasn't much for us to do, but there were a lot of people fishing. So we took our BB guns with us, and we'd stand on the bridge, and there'd be guys fishing not very far down. Their corks would be in the water, and we could shoot those corks. And the cork would bounce under, the guy'd pull up, he'd have nothing. Well, it wasn't long before he caught on that we were shooting his bobber, because once in a while we'd miss the bobber, and then he'd look up and he could see these kids, and these kids meant trouble, no question about that. So that's what we did with our BB guns. We had a lot of fun, shot pigeons with them around town. Then this one time where we were camping with Dad, which was a wonderful trip, the one I remember best, he decided we could go swimming. Now we could wade any time, but he wanted to be with us when we went swimming. The water was very rapid, but there were some places where the water was about 2 or 3 feet deep, and you could swim in that because we were small. I'd say we were 10 years old again, and I don't know how we did all these things. Peddle papers, sold magazines, still had 5 days away to go, or 3 days, whatever it was. But we just got somebody to do our job, I guess. Anyway, so we went swimming. We were swimming along there, and the current was pretty heavy, and we got out on the other side. Ralph didn't have any swimming suit on. So Dad started laughing. He said, "Gee, Ralph was swimming so fast his swimming suit couldn't keep up with him." Well, we went down to the rapids, and pretty soon the swimming suit came down, and we got him back into a swimming suit. But that was another story. There were so many of these things that happened to us because we were so busy, and we had so much fun, and there's so much diversity in everything we did. We hardly missed a bet on anything. I don't think that we missed a point. Anything we got involved in was fun. Now we've covered from selling magazines to delivering papers to running a raft with chocolate milk and so forth, and near beer. And I think I told you we'd sing out Eskimo pies, chocolate milk, and beer. We covered all of that. We've covered going to the YMCA, belonging to the Scouts. We covered a lot of territory. Father had a lot of pet expressions, and I'd like to tell them to you. Old John Smith at Plymouth Rock in 1821, when he told the Indians, "No work, no eat." Now, we heard that plenty. I did. I'd come in from my paper route maybe at 7:30 at night in the wintertime. Papers were late. It was slow going. and get in the house, and before my dinner would be in the oven, but before I could eat, I had to go out and shovel the walk. Now, Ralph had inside duties, and I seemed to have got a lot of the outside duties. So I was out a lot. But I was bigger than Ralph, and I could do some of the heavier things and some of the tougher stuff than he could. Later on, he found out his teeth were his problem. Soon as he got those things taken care of, he grew like a weed. But he was a long time getting started. But anyway, those are things I'd hear from my dad. Earn your salt. No work, no eat. And we'd hear that plenty. And I always thought of it. And it was something I'd mentioned to my kids, too, early in life. I didn't say it near as serious as my dad. But he wanted me to get out and get that walk shoveled before I ate my dinner. Of course, I had my old winter clothes on, so, it didn't take too long to go out there and shovel that walk. But we had a lot of snow, and it took another 20 or 30 minutes, easy. No snow blowers or anything like that. So we all worked. Everybody seemed to work. Always jobs to do. And when you got a break, it was fun. It was enjoyed. It was appreciated. Winter, spring and fall house cleaning. That was a big deal. In the spring, out went all the rugs, the mattresses, just about anything you could think of had to be hung outside, the curtains, the drapes, everything went outside. It took 2 or 3 days to get the spring house cleaned. It was hard work. Get back from school or whatever your job was, start beating rugs out there on the ground and beating mattresses, and then put them all back. My dad would have to get a great big floor waxer out that weighed a ton, swing that back and forth and wax the floors. The spring cleaning was a hell of a lot worse than the fall cleaning. Cleaning came about in about May in Minnesota. And so the fall cleaning came up again in around October, so you're only talking a few months. But when you did that spring cleaning, you're talking about 7 or 8 months of so-called dirt. That's the way my mother liked to look at it anyway. So it was a bigger job in the spring. Curtains and drapes and just about anything you could think of went through a cleaning process, some kind. And I always had to do our job when kids wanted us to play. And they'd stand around and wait for us to get done doing our job, whether it was the lawn or spring cleaning or whatever it might be. Do the dishes. They'd just either stay outside if we were inside working, or they'd just come outside and wait till we got done with whatever we had to do so we could go out and play. Not very much that any of us kids had any great complaint. Our food was good. My mother was an excellent cook. We had a nice warm home, and I think a nice family. It wasn't a close-knit family. I can hardly remember ever having birthday parties around that house, but we had fun at Christmas time with popcorn balls and that type of thing, a closeness there, and the same way at Easter. Matter of fact, my sister Mary used to call up at Easter time, and they'd say, the telephone's for you, and we get on there, somebody'd say, quack, 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 this is the Easter Bunny. We were so young, that was all right with us. Quack, quack for Easter Bunny, that was okay. Then they'd tell us about Easter. So we had nice Easter, find the eggs and that type of thing. It was an all-around good deal, really. I certainly know that a good percentage of the people those days were not in any better shape and didn't have any better home than we did. A lot of discipline, but I think it paid off in the long run because we look back now, and that discipline helped. I disciplined my kids. I think Ralph probably did his kids somewhat, and I don't know about the rest of the family, but I think it did a lot of good. My mother didn't think I was very well disciplined because she was all the time suggesting I should be at a reform school in Red Wing, Minnesota. As a matter of fact, she used to work through the judge. His name was Judge Eaton, and try to get him to send me to the reform school. And all he could ever say is that Ray just hasn't done anything that would warrant such a thing. I know one time I hit the road. I was down at Chamber of Commerce looking at maps and so forth one Saturday afternoon, decided that I've just hit the road. I wasn't living at home. I think I was about 17 or 18, and I went on the bum. I had a little Model A coupe. Parked it in the driveway of the people that I rented the room from, and hitchhiked out, got way down into the Chicago area, and then found it was a little difficult, so I started riding the rods, so to speak. Now, riding the rods, I'm talking about getting under the rods, under the train. But about discipline, let me tell you a little bit about discipline. When I was a junior in high school, Mother always had time to be in, like 11 o'clock at night. Other kids could stay out later, but we had to be in 11 o'clock at night. And I remember one night I came home. It must have been, maybe quarter after 11, and our front porch was enclosed, so you'd open that front door on the porch and then come in a few steps, and then you'd open the main door into the front hallway. And I knew I was late, so I was going to be real quiet about this, so I came into the house, opened the door very quietly, and just about got my head in the door, and bingo, right over my head, the broomstick. My mother was very short, about 5 foot or less, and she was up on a landing, 2 steps up on a landing that went to the upstairs. So she was waiting for me, and in order to get a good swing at me, she got up on those 2 steps and hit me right over the head with a broomstick. And that was pretty serious business. I took that broomstick away from her and damn near broke it. But anyway, that was a terrible experience, and it was a lousy thing to do. It really hurt. Well, anyway, later on, maybe a month or 2 later in the wintertime, when there was about 2 feet of snow and 25 degrees, minus 25 degrees or 25 below, a bunch of guys dropped me off around 11:30 in the evening, or maybe 11:15, I don't recall, but it was after 11 o'clock, and I was supposed to be in at 11 o'clock. And so I walked up to the porch as usual. I opened that front porch door and got into the inner door to the front hallway, and Mother opened the door and said, "Well, you're late again, and you can just sleep on the porch." Slammed the damn door, and there I was, sitting out there on that porch at about 25 below outside and probably 15 below in the porch. Well, I had an overcoat on and some heavy clothes, of course, because I was out in the winter, but I had to lay out there on that couch or whatever it was and stay there all night, just because I hadn't got in a little bit earlier. And she just locked me out. That's what that amounted to. So you see, that's what you call discipline, and I think it was certainly to the extreme, and I've told you other stories already. Then another thing, I remember back in about 3rd or 4th grade, Ralph and I both took piano lessons at the School of Musical Art. Now, neither one of us wanted to play the piano. We had to go over there on a Saturday sometime like that and take a piano lesson. And we couldn't have cared less about that piano. Well, that went on for a few months. Mother always wanted us to do something we didn't want to do, and in our free time, supposedly. Then later on, I guess when I was probably about, maybe a freshman in high school, maybe a sophomore, she decided I ought to play the saxophone. Hell, I didn't want to play the saxophone. Anyway, out of my own money, I had to buy a saxophone and pay $1 a week on that and $1 a week for my lesson. And I'm sitting in there trying to take lessons. Every week I'd go over and pay $1 for this lesson by a guy by the name of Louis Canard. And then he sold me the saxophone for $75, which meant I was going to go 75 weeks paying for that saxophone, plus the $1 I gave him for the lesson each afternoon or evening or whenever it was. So now she wanted me to play the saxophone, and I'm sitting around there in our dining room practicing the saxophone because I had to practice, and the kids would be outside looking in the window wondering when I was going to come out and play. So this was another situation where we were forced to do things we didn't want to do. I remember my Uncle Jim had a real old violin, a real dandy. Well, Ralph started to learn to play the violin. I don't think he had much interest in that either. But there we were now. I was playing the saxophone, supposedly. Matter of fact, my mother made sure I was in the so-called high school band. I didn't like that at all. In an all-out effort to get away from this nonsense, 34, early summer, I joined the CCC. I was underage, but I joined the CCC just to get away from home and all this crazy stuff that was going on. I was supposed to be 18 and I was only 15, but like my dad said, enough's enough, so away we go. There, I signed up and away I went. Folks got $22 of my $30 every month. Had a lot of really good adventures, and they were fun. 1936, I think it was. No, I think it was about 1935 or 34. I started working for my dad at the printing plant, the Hack-and-Getting Printing Company, and I ran the press. And Dad had already bought out his partner, so there was just my father and myself. Of course, he did all the typesetting, that type of thing, and I ran a hand press, and he ran the automatic. And I'd go to work early in the morning with him in the summer, and then we quit at 6 o'clock at night. You go to work at 8, quit at 6. 6 days a week. After that, things changed. People started going to work at 9, getting off at 5, but not when I was around there. But I remember one time I worked for about 7 or 8 weeks, and I didn't get a dime. There was a depression, and it was tough. And I went to my mother, and I said, it's difficult for me to go out and date with the other guys and be with them. I don't have any money. Dad hadn't paid me in 7 weeks. So lo and behold, he came up a few days later and gave me $40. I mean, I was rich, $40. But in 1936, then, my father decided he wanted to run for county clerk. And my father was well known, and he was a fine man. But we went out, and I went with him a few times. Went out with him to do a little campaigning out to Orinoco and around the different parts of the county. But he just didn't get enough votes. He didn't make it. But he had suggested to me that if he'd get to be county clerk, he wanted me to go back to high school and take shorthand so I could be a secretary and so forth. So I did. I went back to high school after I'd graduated from high school and had finished my 4 or 5 months in junior college. I went back into the high school and took a class in shorthand. And I was only there a few months when Dad didn't make the deal. But he wanted me to work with him then in the county courthouse and eventually be a county clerk myself, following him. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. Our father was a great guy. When I had that paper out in the middle of the winter and get up at 4:30, he'd get up sometimes and come down, particularly if it was 20, 25 below and 2 or 3 feet of snow. He'd come down to make sure I had some warm food, warm drink, and he'd watch me as I'd go out the door and start walking down the street to pick up my papers. He was really a great guy. In due course, I'd saved $100, and it was in a bond, all mine. Now, that's all I'd saved all those years. But we bought our clothes, we paid our way as best we could. Well, that's the story of what we were doing at our age. And then eventually we finished high school, and then after that, having gone to New York City and done a little boxing and so forth, in 1940, Ralph joined the service, joined the Army Air Corps, and I went into the National Guard. He went on active duty in 1940. I went on active duty in January of 1941. I think about those years when my mother wanted me to be in a reform school and figured I was incorrigible and ought to be there. And me, by the same token, I thought my mother ought to be in a loony asylum. I guess we were both right. The night before our troop train pulled out for California, my bride of secrecy, Louise, we'd been married in secret and nobody knew it, and a friend, Bob Engel, who was coach, the swimming coach at the Rochester High School, and myself went up to see my folks at their home to say goodbye. And we brought a few beers with us, and Bob and Louise and I and my dad sat out in the kitchen, drank beer, and had a good time, and were really happy about the whole thing. My mother just stayed in the living room. She didn't want to participate as long as there was any beer involved. Well, it wasn't long before she decided she'd had enough of this nonsense and noise, so she asked me and Louise and Bob Engel to leave and kicked us out of the house. Dad was at the train when it pulled out early the next morning, but my mother didn't show, and I didn't see her for nearly a whole year. The system of knowing who was out late at night by the fact that there would be lights left on for the number of people that were still out dating. And as you came in, you turned off a light. And when the last person came in, he would have only one light on. He'd shut off that light and lock the door. It was a real good system. Worked out real well. And another thing that we enjoyed a lot was the motorcycle hill climbs that were held down at the Whitewater State Park annually. And we'd work in the food stand. The Isaac Walton League had part to do with that. And I, at one time, was president of the Junior Isaac Walton League. Matter of fact, I was the first president. I don't think Ralph even belonged to that club at that time. This was about a senior in high school. line. I remember one time when Dave Bach had his 1932 Chevrolet lined up for us to go out for a ride, and we all put in about 50 cents worth of gas, and then Dave didn't get the car, so we went up where his dad had parked that car while they were playing bridge, and we siphoned the gas out of that car because we had about 30, 40 cents invested in that gas. I think we can. Well, if anybody knew that. We had commissioned at OCS in 1942 at Miami Beach, and later became a squadron commander, and for 3 years was a base commander, youngest base commander in the 4th Air Force. I was recalled in 1951 February for 18 months to serve during the Korean War. I went overseas, and eventually my family joined me, Louise and Ann and Jim, who was a little boy at the time. I was proud of my service, and I did a good job. Louise and I were married in Casco, Iowa on September the 7th, 1940. We had known each other only 2 months, and she nurses training at St. Mary's Hospital in Rochester, and she had about a year to go to get her RN and her BS degree, and I thought that I would serve 1 year. They had an expression for the National Guard, be back in a year dear. Well, I got back in about 5.5 years, but Louise did join me after about 6 months after I went into service. They found out we were married. They discharged Louise from nurses training. She joined me, and we were together during the war. We pray our final flight as smooth air, and our last landing one of the best ever. Destination unknown. Auf Wiedersehen, my friends, and God bless one and all. 9:10. I made a memory tape. I call it a memory tape. March the 22nd, 1993. That pretty much went over my youth from the time I can remember, at age 4, right up through going into the service after getting out of high school in 1937. Apparently there was a bit of humor in that tape because members of the family thought it was real interesting, and I'd had a pretty interesting life, which I had. So the thought was that maybe I could continue on, tell a little bit more with a little bit of humor, and go into the years of the time that I was in the service, beginning in 1941, of which I was separated in 1946, and then was recalled for the Korean War in February of 1951 to be released into the reserve once more. I believe it was September of 1952, having served the mandatory 18 months as a involuntary recall. This is an hour-and-a-half tape, 45 minutes on each side, which gives me ample time to tell you some of the interesting parts of my life. So I'll proceed with that in mind. Being from Rochester, Minnesota, having been born and raised there, I joined the so-called National Guard, which was a infantry outfit in Rochester in July of 1940. At that time, the war was going full blowers, World War II, over in Europe and England. And it was quite apparent that the United States would very soon be involved in this war. So, the opportunity presented itself to me and numerous other young people in Rochester to join the local National Guard. Now, the group itself were not considered the finest in Rochester or anything like that. In fact, they were rather low-level type people. Not all, but most. But the expression was, join the National Guard and be back in a year, dear, because the Guards would be recalled for 1 year. That was the situation, and that was what was expected. So I joined in July of 1940, and the fellow that brought me in or suggested I join got 50 cents for anybody that he could recruit, so to speak. And this friend of mine who had talked to me got the 50 cents. Now that isn't a lot of money today and wasn't a great deal then, but it was good for 5 beers, so to speak. And so I started going to National Guard in July of 1940. Well, as I pointed out on my other tape, which you may or may not have heard, I met this lovely girl in July of 1940. I think it was July the 7th. This was probably a couple of weeks before I joined the Guard. And we were married in September the 7th, 2 months later. Secretly married, because Louise, my bride, was in nurse's training and had another 1.5 years to go. Anyway, I joined the Guard long before we got married, even before I ever considered that type of thing. And we were put on active duty, I think it was about January the 6th, 1941. This was before the war. So we of the so-called Be Back in a Year Dear group went on active duty at the local armory and awaited our transport to California. So I was now a private in the infantry of the National Guard, which was integrated into the regular Army in January of 1941. We left for California, Camp Hahn, right outside of Riverside, California, across from March Field, which was an old established air base, and got out there in a matter of about 6 or 8 days by train. We slept in freight cars. I think there were a couple of cars that did have regular rooms for sleeping, but the officers and the non-commissioned officers, I believe, got first class on that. Anyway, we got to Camp Hahn somewhere around, I'd say the 20th, 22nd of January, 1941, to begin our training. And we were in tents, and it was rainy, and it was cold, but we were young at that time. I was 22 years old, going on 23, but not there as yet. So it was kind of an interesting time. It was pretty rough going. We didn't have rifles for everybody. We had wooden guns for some. Conscription people or draftees were beginning to funnel in to our organization to fill it. As we say, the table of organization called for X number of people, and we were shy, as were other National Guard groups. So the draftees, conscriptionists, so to speak, were beginning to fill our unit. So we were out in the desert, right outside of Riverside. We'd go out on maneuvers with wooden guns, very poorly equipped. Even our so-called 30-millimeter anti-aircraft guns, so to speak, they were wood. But there we were, out in the rain and the cold at Riverside, California. Well, I'd left Rochester with a wife, unbeknown to everybody, with the exception of me and the people down in Iowa where we got married, and was kind of waiting around to see if I was ever going to hear from this wife. And about after being there about 2 or 3 weeks out at Camp Hahn, eventually a letter did come. And come to find out that Louise sent the letter to Paris, California. I never heard of that town out there. But there was such a little town, very close to Marchfield. I think it was a little bit north. Anyway, that was the misunderstanding. So I was very happy to find that I had a wife who was still willing to write, and obviously she had gotten my letters. So it worked out real fine. Anyway, that was quite an interesting situation. We went on maneuvers numerous times out in the Mojave Desert after the summer broke. We had a lot of training. God knows we needed it. We had a lot of characters aboard, which the world is made up of. Characters, including myself. But eventually I got promoted to corporal. That made me a squadron corporal. I was in charge of about 7 men. That was a big deal. And we had a pretty good time. We lived at the base there, of course, at Camp Hahn, and we could get into town sometimes Saturday afternoon into Riverside. And there was a bar there called the La Siesta. And eventually I built up a business of loaning money. And I was able to do that because I had belonged in Rochester as a salesman, and I'd been a salesman for many years after I got out of high school and so forth, having gone out and boxed in New York City and a lot of other things. I had the Wanderlust, and I was gone a lot, and I didn't live at home, and all that is in the other tape. But anyway, I had built up some money at the co-op gas station, and after I left town, they sent me my check for around $30. Was my share of the profits, so to speak. So I used that money to loan out at 50 cents on the dollar. We were only getting $21 a month to begin with, and then we went to $30 a month. That wasn't very much when you had to pay for your laundry and then get chits, as we called it, for the post exchange. That was $5 for that book of chits. And the laundry was usually $2 or $3 a week, and every month when you'd get paid, they deduct this from your pay. So pretty near everybody was broke. But I had not only my pay, but I had this other money, and I was loaning it out at 50 cents on the dollar, and then I would collect it on payday after these guys would come out of the supply shack. That's what we called it. After you drew your linen and so forth, change a bed once a week, 2 towels, 1 wash rag, 2 sheets, pillowcase, once a week, whether you needed it or not. So I'd collect my money. And then business got so good that down at the little bar called the La Siesta, a guy by the name of Mike, I can't remember his last name, but he was the manager down there. So we'd go in on Saturday afternoon, and Mike noticed that I was loaning these guys money and collecting at 50 cents on the dollar. So he grabbed me aside one day and he said, "Hey, Ray," he said, "if you get to the point where you don't have enough money to loan out to these guys, tell you what, you write them a check. I'll cash the check, knowing that it isn't any good, and then I'll split with you 50-50. So you get 50 cents on the dollar, and I split that with you. So you get 25 and I get 25. Well, that gave me a lot more range. So I started doing that with Mike. So Saturday afternoon, that's when I could go down there and write checks. And these guys would cash them, and then on payday I'd collect my money. So that worked out pretty good. So I was building up a pretty good fund. Well, comes May of 1941, and lo and behold, I think it was May, or maybe, well, it was before that, at our 6-month anniversary, wedding anniversary, and I'd have to say, let's see, that would have been the 7th of March. I sent one of these telegrams that they had those days that you could pick one of about 7 or 8 and then send them out for like 75 cents or 50 cents, Western Union. So I picked one out, and it was kind of a happy anniversary type thing. Sent it to Louise. And Louise got it all right, but it was censored over at St. Mary's Hospital, School of Nursing. They called her in, wanted to know what this anniversary was all about, and of course they found out she was married, and bingo, out she went in due course. So Louise had to terminate her nursing training, which was a catastrophe in a sense, because we'd kind of figured that when I got back in a year dear, I could go back to work, and by that time she was about to graduate from nurses training, so we would have her working and me getting started again, and that should work out just real good. Well, that came to a sudden halt. So in due course, Louise came out. She wrote me a letter and explained what had happened, and suggested that if I wanted to annul the wedding, I could do that. She didn't want that, but I could do that. Her father had told her that. And if not, that she would like to come out. Well, I had to scramble around and come up with enough money, which was around $28, I think it was, to send to Louise to take a train from Rochester, Minnesota out to California. And out she came. And she arrived somewhere around the first part of May, and we got married in the Catholic Church out there. We call it the chapel. We were the first ones to be married in the so-called chapel, and it was just an open barrack type deal because everything was brand new at Camp Hunt. A lot of the buildings weren't up yet. The chapel had just got finished, and we were the first ones to be married in it, and that was May the 4th, 1941. So that's the beginning of our married life together. Well, I could go into a lot of details, but I can't afford to spend that much of the tape on it. But we went on maneuvers out of Camp Hahn. There was a whole regiment there, and I was in G Battery, and there was about 130 or 40 of us. And I was a corporal. We went on maneuvers up to Washington, Moses Lake, all around. And Louise would be in Riverside. We had a nice little apartment there. And on occasion she'd go into Los Angeles to see her aunt, particularly while I was gone, I guess. Anyway, we started out having a real good time, a lot of fun. I got home pretty near every night while we were at Riverside, and had an arrangement with a bunch of other guys who were married so that one of them had a car, and we'd pay him like $1 a month or something like that to ride in and ride out with him. But we had to get up at 5 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, for me to get on base by 6:30 for a roll call. Anyway, we went through all that up until about October, I think it was, of 1941, when I was released temporarily from the service to go home and help my father, who was ill, and see if I couldn't help them financially. So I got out of the service on reserve in October 1941. Went to Minneapolis and worked at the New Brighton plant. It was a defense plant, and I was in personnel. And then the war started in December the 7th, 1941. So I was only on that job about 2 months when the war started. Well, I remember it was a Sunday afternoon. We were living in Minneapolis, and we heard it on the radio. No TV at that time. And I was trying to figure out what was going to happen because I was in the reserve. Well, anyway, within a week or two, I went down to the Air Corps, which was part of the Army Air Corps, and took the cadet exam to see if I couldn't get away from going back to the ground forces. We had changed in from the infantry to the Coast Artillery and aircraft, 100%. And they were still out on the West Coast. I'm back in Minneapolis. Passed my cadet exam, and they said, okay, you'll be shipping out in a couple of weeks. In the meantime, my father called me from Rochester, Minnesota, which was only 100 miles away, and said, I got a wire here for you. It's from the Army, recalling you to active duty at your old organization that is now up by San Francisco. I hauled that wire down. He sent it up to me. My dad did. The Air Corps, and I said, now what do I do? And they said, well, the Air Corps holds precedent over ground forces now. We're looking for cadets. We'll take care of that matter. So in a matter of a couple of weeks, then I shipped out to Santa Ana, California to begin my aviation cadet training. Louise couldn't go. I mean, they reminded us all along that they didn't recruit families, they recruited individuals, and Louise's problem was not their problem, it was my problem alone. But she could come out later on. I was allowed to be married. And that was something that changed in 1942, and that's when I went into the service, the Air Corps. Now you could have married men in the Air Cadet Training Program, so that's the way it was. Well, I went down to Thunderbird Field and at Phoenix, Arizona. Louise came down there. She drove a 1939 Plymouth Coupe I had. It was a real Jim Dandy, but I'd sold the tires off of it in Minneapolis, brand new tires, because I worked for Goodyear, and I had brand new tires on that car. But we were low on money, so I sold all the tires brand new for $50. Then she wanted to drive out to Phoenix on these old tires. Well, she got there all right after I don't know how many blowouts and everything else. I tried to buy those tires back from the guy I sold them to, a guy by the name of Fred Hammer. Sold them to him for $50, and then he wanted $200. Well, hell, I didn't have $200. We didn't have hardly anything at all. But we did own the car. So anyway, I left Louise, and she came out to, I think it was in about May, something like that, or maybe earlier than that, maybe even April of 1942, to Phoenix at Thunderbird Field, and they called me and told me that I had somebody at the gate to see me, and they gave me X number of time, like 30 minutes to go out there, and you don't loiter at the gate. Whoever it is, you don't loiter. So you can talk through the gate, but you got to walk up and down the fence inside. And whoever was there was on the outside, and that was Louise. But she had driven all the way out there, not alone all the time. She picked up some hitchhikers, but my twin brother started with her and got her out as far as Salt Lake City. And then she drove on down from Minneapolis. We started from Minneapolis, she did, Salt Lake City, and then on down to Arizona. Anyway, that didn't work out too well. So I was sent back to Santa Ana after I got grounded as a dangerous flyer. Can't figure that out. They decided I was a dangerous flyer because we got picked up, me and another guy got picked up behind the mountains doing some acrobatics. Wasn't super acrobatics, but what you weren't supposed to be doing. And they put me before a board and grounded me and sent me to Santa Ana. First they wanted me to go into, as opposed to a cadet, which they were going to ground me as a pilot, wanted me to go into either go into bombardier, to reclassify in either as a bombardier or navigator. I didn't want any part of that. If I couldn't be a pilot, then I wanted out. So they said, okay, we'll ground you by preference, and you can go back to Santa Ana. Well, I went to Santa Ana, and I was just there. Well, I was only there a short time. They sent me up to Basic, which was up at Bakersfield, which was about 150 miles northeast of Los Angeles. Well, I was there for a while, and then I got back down to see Louise. You couldn't get away much when you're a cadet. And I was sent back up there because there was still a shortage of cadets, and they wanted to give me another shot at this thing, so I did get another shot at it at Bakersfield. But when I was down to, went back over one weekend, I had a few days off, and that didn't happen very often. I went into Santa Ana, I think they called it the Southwest, it was a headquarters Southwest for the Air Corps. And I talked to a major there to see if I couldn't get transferred out of the cadet training into his unit. It was a beautiful area, Santa Ana, and we had a nice little house there on the corner across from a grocery store, and Louise was happy there. The only thing is I was 160 miles northeast. And so I talked to the major there, and he said, yeah, he said, with your personnel background and so forth, in personnel, I could use you, but he said, you know, I don't like these cadets coming in here looking for jobs, and then just as soon as I take one on, next thing I know, they want to go to officers candidate school. And he said, I don't want that. He said, if you want to come in here, I'll get you transferred out of your unit and get you on down here. And so I liked that real fine. And by that time, I was still just back to corporal again, making about $54 a month. And that wasn't much, and you still couldn't get any income for your wife for family or anything like that. Didn't have enough rank. I made $75 a month as a cadet, but only when I got out of the cadets, I'm back to 50, 54, 65. Maybe it was 65 by that time. Wasn't very much. But we only paid $25 a month for our house. So we were getting by all right. And so it worked out real good. The only thing is, the next thing I knew, within about 2 months down there, Louise wasn't feeling very good, went to the doctor and found out she was pregnant. Well, I knew darn well then that we couldn't get by with a baby and the expenses of the baby and so on and so forth on whatever I was making and what Louise had coming in from a partial interest in a building back in Fremont, Ohio. I think at that time she was getting like $30 a month. That didn't sound like enough to me to get by, so I went to the major that I was working for in personnel, and he was a real fine guy. Bear, his name was, Major Bear. I can't remember his first name though. That's over 50 years ago. And I explained my predicament. He said, "Geez, Goetting, I told you that at the time that I didn't want you to come in here and then leave." I said, he said, "That was one of the kind of the agreements we had." And I said, "Well, gee, Major, I didn't expect my wife to get pregnant either. I won't say I didn't expect her to, but I hadn't even thought about that aspect of it. But I can't get by on this kind of money. And I'd like to be able to go down to OCS down at Miami, Florida." Fact of the matter is, I had that in mind when I grounded myself at Thunderbird Field, because at that time, up to that time, they automatically sent you down to OCS in Miami Beach. And they quit it the same time that I was grounding myself by preface, hoping that they'd send me down there, and that was the end of that. They said they had enough of that, they weren't going to do that anymore. No more could these cadets decide they'd rather go into a 90-day program and get their commission and drop out of the cadet program after the government had so much money tied up in teaching them to fly, etc., etc. Anyway, so I talked to Major Bear, and he said, well, and I explained my predicament, and he and I got to be pretty good friends, even in just a couple of months. And he said, all right, he said, I'll call upstairs and see if you can take the examination, OCS examination. And so he called, or somebody called for him, and they called back and said, well, if he wanted that, since he was in charge of personnel anyway, if he wanted that, go ahead, send the guy up. So I went upstairs. Not much preparation, but as much as I'd ever get anyway, because I was never a scholastic type in any sense of the word. And if anything, school bothered me. But I'd gone through quite a bit of cadet ground training, and so I was getting used to the books a little bit. Not too much, though. And so I took the examination, and bingo, I got 137, which is just a little bit shy of about as good as you could do. And the guy said, whoa. He said, hang on here for a minute, would you? I think by that time I was a buck sergeant. Anyway, it was awful close to the so-called genius, which started at 150. I knew better than that. I guess figured it out that I was doing a hell of a lot of good guesswork. But the mathematics that was the program, the examination covered about 2 hours. Covered mathematics and chemistry and science and this type of thing. But anyway, I got one hell of a fine grade. So he said, whoa, okay, let me see what we're going to do from here. So he said, why don't you go back down to the office? He and I were pretty good friends. We were in the same headquarters group. So pretty soon they called and said they're going to have a staff meeting upstairs for you. And so you'll go upstairs to room so-and-so and meet with the officers there. So I went upstairs, and they called me in and interviewed me and so on and so forth, and said, well, we've never done this before, but with your score and with your background as a ground troop, doughboy as they kind of called us, they have better names than that for us, though, but I don't want to repeat them on this thing. Grunts, if you know what that means. He said, okay, we're going to have meet here, and you go outside and wait. We'll call you in a minute. They called me in a minute and said, okay, you're going to OCS and you're leaving tomorrow. We got to get you in the next class, which starts in 4 days in Florida. Bingo. So I have to go home and tell this to Louise, that they're home. Fact of the matter is, she had a job at this headquarters selling sandwiches. She started 15 cents an hour, and then they raised her up to 25 cents an hour. She was not only a beautiful woman, beautiful gal, but she had a lot of personality. She had everything they needed to sell those sandwiches, I'll tell you that, to that bunch of GIs around there. Business really got a hell of a lot better when she took the job. But after she became a little bit ill, morning sickness and this type of thing, she had to get off that job. So I explained my situation, said I'm on my way to Florida. I've got to get down there in 4 days. I'll go over here to Marshfield and I'll see if I can't catch an airplane and start down towards Florida. Now they allowed you what they call by travel by train, TR, but I was going to try to do it by hitchhiking and then collect my money on the other end for travel by privately owned conveyance. That was authorized too, but I didn't have any car, so I didn't have to worry about that. But if I could get to Florida on my own without getting a ticket issued, they'd pay me mileage. I did it. Louise prepared me sandwiches. I went over there to Marshfield and waited around. Was sitting out there in the runway with my little bag of sandwiches. Pretty soon I saw an airplane come in. I ran over there and got on that airplane, talked to operations, got on the airplane, was on my merry way to Florida, but my sandwiches were still sitting back on the ground at Marshfield. So all those beautiful ham sandwiches that we put together, Louise did and I, to get me by for 2 or 3 days, were sitting on the ground and I was up in the air on my way to Florida. It took me 2 or 3 flights to get down there, but I got down there in a matter of about 4 or 5 days. I stopped at Rochester. I got a flight. One flight went up close to Rochester, so I went in there and saw my folks on the way and then grabbed an airplane. I don't remember out of where, but I got down to Florida about the day before I was supposed to be there. And I was walking the streets there and some guy clicks my picture. Those days I had these guys out there with these cameras and they take your picture. And then for a quarter you could get the picture. Well, I got that thing and I sent it in the mail to him, and it cost nothing then. You could GI could send his mail in for free. Sent the thing back to him, told him I didn't have a quarter, but I'd appreciate the picture. By golly, mailed it to me. That was in Miami. So I started Miami, got through Miami there okay, and got my commission in October, I think around October 28, 1942. So now I was commissioned long before my class of pilots that I was in. So I went back, had to go back to where I started, which was back to Santa Ana. They gave me orders to go to Hammer Field out of Miami, but I had collected my pay for travel, which was about $100 and some to put us in pretty good shape while I was down in Miami. Then Louise was running out of money, so we were trying to share what we could put together because my travel, my records hadn't caught up, so I was catching my pay. Anyway, I went back to Santa Ana, same way that I had got to Florida, and that was by hitchhiking by aircraft. Ended out down in Marshfield, same way I got started. And there I was, second lieutenant, Marshfield, but I still had about 150 miles or 200 miles to go to get down to where Louise was. Well, it wasn't that far, really. Santa Ana at that time was only about 100 miles, now that I think about it. Maybe not even that far. Well, the interesting part was that here I am at Marshfield, and my old outfit is across the way. That's the outfit I was in, and then I got out of, and then they recalled me, and then I didn't go. And now they were still at Camp Han, part of them. So I talked to a gal there that was with the Red Cross. I said, hey, you know, she saw me standing on the curb. She's a pretty nice gal, too. She asked me if there's anything she could do. I said, yeah, you could give me a ride over to Camp Han. I don't think that's what she had in mind. But anyway, I got a ride over to Camp Han in a sedan, a regular GI, a VIP car. She dropped me off at Camp Han. I visited with some of those guys from my old outfit. They were all buck-ass privates and everything else, just like I had been. Here I am, a second lieutenant, pretty proud of that. Well, anyway, in about 2 or 3 hours, this gal swung back from the Red Cross, picked me up, took me back to Marshfield. Then I went into town, took the bus. No, I didn't either. I hitchhiked. Hitchhiked down to Santa Ana and saw Louise. Now we were ready to go on our first day of duty, which was at Hammer Field at Fresno, California. We packed our stuff. Louise then was, oh, gee whiz, we're talking October. She was about 6 months pregnant. In fact, the baby was due in February. So we packed up, took the train, and went up to Hammerfield at Fresno, California, and got started in our new life as an officer and a family at Fresno, California. It was Hammerfield, called Hammerfield. My first job was squadron commander, and I was on that job for about 4 or 5 months. In the meantime, we didn't have any transportation, so some guy had a 1931 Model A Ford Coupe. He'd sell me for $50. I bought it. He was transferring out someplace, going overseas, I suppose. He sold me that little Model A Coupe for $50. So now we had a car, and that was good. I could get over to the Hammerfield from town. Louise had gone out while I was checking in and so on and so forth. Found a house for us for $35 a month. And it had a floor furnace, and I didn't even know what that meant, but found out in a hurry. So we were all settled down. Everything was going fine. Well, then Ann was born on February, I guess, February 5th, something like that, 1943, the following year. And we needed a car. We needed more than that little old coupe. So I found a 1936 Ford, four-door, blue, and bought that and sold this coupe to a guy by the name of, he was Lieutenant Horsfall, I think his name was, Jim. And he gave me my $50. Now we had a four-door, and that was a good deal. Okay, now we're 3 or 4 months into Hammerfield at Fresno, California. And Annie had been born, and I couldn't get time off to go down to the hospital. I got her to the hospital, but they wouldn't let me time off the next day to go down. That was the old story those days, you know. We didn't enlist your family. We didn't ask for the family to be around here. That's your problem type thing. So Louise had the baby, and I didn't get into town until the next night. And she had a terrible night, I think 16, 17 hours of labor. Had the baby, I think, early in the morning. I got in later that night. Okay, so now we're all set. Now we got a baby, too. So in due course, we moved out of that house, moved down a little ways into a better home. It was only about a block, 2 blocks away. It was 405 Yale, I remember that, address, on the corner, beautiful place. So now we had the baby, and we had everything going real gung-ho. Then Louise came down with, I forgot, I think she had to have her tonsils out, something like that. And so the doctor said, okay, just take a day or two. Well, she gets the tonsils out. In the meantime, I'm taking care of Ann. I had her in a bassinet. I'd put her in the back end of this four-door Ford, haul her out to air base, and get some of these guys that were draftees to watch over her. And nobody knew that but me. Keep the car out of the sun, and then I'd get the bottle warmed, and I'd feed her. She's only a few months old. Not even a few months, a couple of weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. Anyway, we did that for a while, and because Louise got, I forgot what she got, something of a hell of a high fever. She was in the hospital about 2 weeks, so I am taking Annie in the car every morning, feeding her the bottle, and then at night I'd come home, do the wash, make the formula, give her a bath, get her all set, put her to bed, wake her up early in the morning, feed her, wake her up, and I didn't have to wake her up at night. She'd wake up and I'd feed her, bundle her all up in the morning, get back to the air base by 7 o'clock. This went on for 2 weeks. Of course, eventually Louise got better, and I got her out of the hospital. When I brought her home from the hospital, the lady next door came out and said, oh, I haven't seen you, Louise. Where have you been? We explained that she'd been in the hospital for 2 weeks, and she said, well, I could see Ray out there loading that bassinet. I didn't know, though. If I'd have known that, I would have taken care of the baby for you. Well, this is 2 weeks later, you know, whatever it was. Well, it's about time that somebody was helpful. But anyway, Louise was home, baby was fine, everything was going just real fine once more. So one day I'm standing in the trial line out at the air base, and there's a Major White who was my direct supervisor. And he said, say, Goetting, he said, I understand you got a baby on the base here in a car. And you got these guys running around moving the car, and you got your dog out here, and they're taking care of the dog, and all kinds of problems here. You can't have a baby out here. We didn't ask for that baby to be out here. And I explained the whole situation to him. I said I couldn't find a sitter. I didn't know what to do. He said, well, by God, it's coming to an end. Well, it had already come to an end the day before, only he didn't know it. I said, okay, Major, I'll be sure to take care of the matter. He said, you better, Goetting. So he felt real good about giving me hell on that, particularly in the mess line where all these other officers could hear him giving me hell. But I was doing one hell of a fine job there. My group, my squadron, whatever squadron I had, and they changed quite often, we were always winning the contest on Saturday afternoon for marching. And whoever won that, plus the fact that their barracks were clean, only that squadron could go into town and get passes. Every time I had that situation, every Saturday that I had this squadron, my group won and had the opportunity to go to town. And it was, there were numerous officers, high-ranking officers, that were the judges of the parade. We'd go on parade, then those guys who were the sharpest and looked the best and had the best barracks, they won. And that was us. Every time, without fail. This got to be a real pain in the ass to some of these other officers who had squadrons, and they were in the same boat I was. I was only there 3 months, and I got promoted to first lieutenant. Well, after winning the parades, getting along so fine, one day I was in the mess line. Somebody said to me, "Say, Goetting, Ray," they call me Ray, most of them, "I suppose you figure you're on winning the parade again this Saturday?" And I said, "Well, I'll try my best." In the meantime, this Major White pops up and he said, "Goetting, I got a news item for you," or words to that effect. "You're not winning any parade this Saturday. You're not even going to be here this Saturday." This was like Tuesday or Wednesday. I said, "Oh?" He said, "I want you to report over to the adjutant's office. We got new orders for you. We're sending you up to Half Moon Bay, which is a satellite of 4th Air Force in San Francisco. You're going to be the base commander up there." And I said, "Well, when do I leave?" He said, "This afternoon. Go around and get signed out." You always had to go around to finance and the library and all these other places to make sure you didn't owe them any money, and then get signed and then sign out. But first you got cleared. That was the expression, cleared. Then sign out, get your orders, and get going. So I had to go home and tell Louise, now I'm going up to Half Moon Bay, wherever that is, up by San Francisco, and I got to get out of here this afternoon. So I took the car. I had no other way to go. Pretty sure I took the car. Yeah, I'm damn sure I took the car. But I said, "I'll get back and get you as soon as I can, but I got to get out and get up there this afternoon." So I got up there, got in the car and got up there, and I got in there late in the afternoon or late in the evening. As of the next day, I took over command of this little satellite base, which was very small, just kind of a housekeeping group of soldiers there. I guess there might have been 100 of us there. We had a landing strip. We had everything you needed to land in there, and so on and so forth. So that was my first duty as a base commander, and I liked it. It was great. But Louise happened to be then down at Hammer Field at Fresno, and she didn't like that, and I didn't like that either. Okay, I get up to Half Moon Bay. That was the name at Moss Beach, Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. Find out that they'd overdrawn on their rations and couldn't get any meat. They were on what we call field rations, where you had to go into San Francisco. All the troops did. The Army, everybody around there had to go into San Francisco and draw their field rations. Then you brought the food back. Well, this guy that they relieved of duty had overdrawn on the meat, and these guys hadn't had any meat of any kind for about 2 or 3 weeks. And when they found out what this clown had done, they relieved him and sent me up there, but now I had the same problem he had, and that is there's no meat. Well, I had to do something about that. Didn't know exactly what to do, but after I was around there a while, I found out that there was a good high spot up in the mountains there, real close by, where there are a lot of deer roaming around. That gave me a good idea. Guess what? Well, I went up there and started shooting deer in the evening, bringing them down, cleaning them up, putting them in our cooler at our mess hall, and we were eating venison like mad for a long, long time. And I was shooting a lot of deer, too. All illegal. But we were hungry. We were soldiers. We were going to save the world. We had to have some meat. Well, the inspectors were in one day. They came up about every month. They saw all this venison in our refrigerator, in our cooler, walk-in cooler in our mess hall. So we had to have a little consultation on that, and they reported me to the base that I was a satellite of, which was Salinas Air Force Base. And I got a reprimand for, not really a reprimand, just a note from the colonel suggesting that I don't shoot any more deer up there. Of course, in the meantime, he wondered if I might have a little venison on hand that he'd like to have a barbecue, so he sent an airplane up and picked up about a half a deer so they could have the steaks and so forth. Took that venison back to Salinas, California, and after that, Colonel Bolin and Colonel Bolin was the commander, he and I got to be real good friends, because I could always furnish the venison, and I did for a good long time. So you see, for a guy that was pretty energetic and resourceful, I got along real good. Got Louise moved up to a place on right on just north of me there, into a home. We were on the 3rd floor with Annie. Everything was going fine. Shooting mourning doves down in our base, and everything was going real fine. Had a flagstaff put up. I did a lot of things that were very constructive and improved the whole damn place. Real good. Things were going real great. Then bingo, once more, it hits the fan. After about 3 or 4 months up there, I get new orders to report down to Paso Robles, California, as commanding officer of the Estrella Air Force Base, which was under the same command of Salinas. So now I got new orders. Up comes somebody to relieve me. Now I got to take off for Paso Robles, California. Well, I packed Louise up, dropped her off at a friend's at Salinas, California. He was one of the administrative inspectors. He and I got to be real good friends. He knew of my problem. He said, come on down, let Louise stay with us while you look for a place down at Paso Robles. I did that. Dropped Louise off, hit for Paso Robles, and once more, had to take the car. Pretty soon I got relief on the car, brought the car back, and Louise had the car, and I drove a staff car at Paso Robles, California. Commanding officer of the Estrella Air Force Base, and we had many, many troops there. And it was a good deal and a hell of a promotion for me. All I had to do was wait to get it, and I did. All for now. This has been a long history. All for now, and we're just about the end of the tape on this side. I want to go back a little ways and tell you about a real good friend I met up at Half Moon Bay. His name was Angelo Martini. Obviously an Italian, and one of the farmers up there. Now, I pointed out to you earlier that we didn't have any meat. So in order to augment our dinners down there so that these guys could have something to eat, besides potatoes and vegetables and this type of thing, we used the venison. Well, we got pretty tired of that after a while. There's only so many ways you can fix venison. And we were on that venison bit for about 10 days to 2 weeks. When I asked these guys if they'd be interested in something different like chicken, they thought that was a great idea. Now, we had quite a few troops there. Oh, maybe only about 100, 150 of our own troops. And I said, well, I'll see what I can do about getting us some chicken. So the farmers there were short of help. This is now the war with gold full blowers, and a lot of the guys were in the service and don't want anybody to help the farmer. So I asked Angelo Martini, who was a good friend of mine at that time and point. He had a little store up the way, and I'd help him cut meat sometimes. I learned how to cut meat while I was in the service. And because I always wanted to be a cook and a baker or something like that, but I didn't get by with that. I wanted to go to cook and baker school. That's what I really wanted to do. Then I could eat all the time in the mess halls. Anyway, it didn't work. So I talked to Angelo about it, and he said, well, there's a big farmer down the way here, and I know he's having problems with help. He's got a big chicken farm, too. I said, good. I'd like some chicken. I said, let's check him out. Well, next time you see him, ask him, would you? And he said, I'll go down and see him. So he came back, and he said, this guy's going to come and see you, Ray. He really needs some help down there. Well, the only way I could work a deal was to give these guys passes and have them go down there and work and then get chicken and trade. Now, that was a little tough to do because I can't force anybody to go out and work. By the same token, they can't work while they're on duty, so they had to have passes. So I had to work that out within myself and my staff. And my staff is my sergeants because they're the guys that know how to handle things. So this guy came by and I said, well, I'll deal with you on chicken. Now, I got a lot of volunteers here, not a lot of them, but I got some volunteers that I could give you about 5 a day. You pick them up in the morning, take them down, and they'd be happy to volunteer their time. Well, I talked to these guys, made sure they were going to volunteer. They didn't really want to volunteer, naturally. Nobody volunteers in the service if they can help it. But the word chicken, that went over real big. So this farmer would pick them up, work them during the day, only 6-8 hours, feed them at lunch, bring them back. Geez, in the course of about a week, we had more chicken due us than we could shake a stick at. So he'd give it to us a little at a time, like 100 chickens at a time. Now, they were all cleaned and ready to cook. So that way, we brought a lot of chicken into the place for about 10 days. We had chicken coming out of these guys' ears. So now we were chicken and we had venison. Now the time was up when we could draw meat again. No longer were we overdrawn. When they went in to pick up our food, and that was pretty near every day. They'd have to take a truck into San Francisco and draw food. Now we could get meat and butter and chicken and everything else like everybody else got. So everything was up to snuff. Good deal. Angelo Martini talked to me when he found out I was going to leave, and I only had a day or so to notice, but I did see him at his store. Wanted me to come back. He said, after the war, I wish you'd come back here and represent a whole bunch of us so that we could form some kind of a union and get decent prices for our food. Now, this was kind of a similar to Salinas. What am I trying to say? They had vegetables there, all kinds of them, all over the place. Large farms. And I can't even remember all the vegetables, but a lot of them. And they wanted representation. I said, oh, Angela, yeah, I would look into that. Well, things didn't work out that way, and I never did see Angela again. But he and I got to be very, very good friends. Well, that was another story. Also, while I was there, though, I want to mention this. I could go down and walk along the ocean, and I ran into a guy that had a boat, and he'd go out and get sharked every day, early in the morning. Well, I never went with him because I just didn't feel like I could take the time off, and I didn't want something to happen to me because I was in charge of this air base. Well, I'm out shark fishing, netting, or whatever they did. I guess they were fishing. I didn't want to be gone and have something happen because they'd go out in real bad weather. So I didn't feel like I could do that. So I didn't. But I did get this colonel that was down, Colonel Bolin, that I told you about down at Salinas. He came up, and I got him so he could go fishing, too. He and a group of them. They'd come up the night before, stay at the base, then go down and go out shark fishing. They loved that. And so that's how I got to kind of move up in the service. Got to know a lot of people, good people, pretty high-ranking people for me. So then I moved down into Paso Robles, and that's where we are right now. I just interrupted this thing just for a little bit. Okay, so I move into Paso Robles. Luis is down at Salinas staying with his friend. I had a sedan assigned to me. We had quite a few trucks and sedans and so forth. Just 2 sedans, however. So I had a real good deal going there. Pretty soon I found a place for Louise, and she moved right off the base. I got a house right off the base, ran our communications right across the ground from our headquarters building, right across the roads, right on down, so that they could crank me up any time of the day, 24 hours a day. Of course, I was always at the base at 8 in the morning. But at night, if anything happened, and it did occasionally, they could ring me, and I had the phone right under the bed. And so that worked out real good. Wasn't too long there when I found out that, well, we had what we call combined maneuvers. They'd come in, run the airplanes up from Yurok, California, up to our base, and all inland, so you couldn't see what was going on. I mean, people didn't see these airplanes running back and forth, but that's where the first flight was, from Yurok Air Force Base up to Paso Robles, or Estrella Air Force Base, the first jets. And people would call in and say, an airplane just went over on fire, where they were the first jets, and that was about 1943, I believe it was. So it was interesting. And we had combined maneuvers with anti-aircraft people coming in. Even one of my old units came in. So one morning, I knew this unit was coming in, and we had thousands of people there at different times. So I went in one morning, go to my office, and I knew this certain group was coming in. You had squadrons, then groups, and then battalions, etc. That's the way the thing was built up. So I get into my office in the morning. The sergeant meets me at the door, and he said, "Captain," he said, in the meantime, I was promoted to captain. He says, "Captain," he said, you got some troops in there, some people in there in your office, and they won't get out, and they say they know you." So I walk in. Here's some of the guys that I was a private with, and a corporal, and then sometimes back to a private. That happened to me occasionally. You know, you go up and then you come back down. They'd always say, "Hey, Goetting, what you want to do is put your stripes on with adhesive tape. Then we can get them off and get them back on. Real easy. Forget the sewing because they don't last that long," which was true. Anyway, I walk into my office, and here sitting around there is about 5 or 6 of the old group. And I walked in and they said, "Buck-ass." Well, they used to call me Buck-ass Goetting because I'd be a corporal and a buck sergeant, and then I'd be a private again. And they said, "Buck-ass," you know. This is a sergeant of mine just about as a fit. My first sergeant and my office sergeant, clerk. Anyway, we all sat down, shot the breeze. These guys were out in tents with slit trenches for going to the bathroom. Slit trenches, that's what they called them. and so on and so forth. Well, anyway, we all got reacquainted. I was glad to see him. By God, they kept right on calling me Buck-ass Goetting all the time we were there. It was really something else, but it was interesting. It was good to see these guys, because I hadn't seen them since 1941. Now we're talking 1943. So, it had been 2 or 3 years. Some of the same old guys. Some of them had been in my tent. One guy by the name of Nelson comes, while we were at Camp Han, he was in my tent, and I was a corporal, and I was a squadron leader, no commander. And he and I, one time at Easter time, we were going to get some Easter eggs or something. I said, I'd like to get some jelly beans. I like jelly beans. Now, this was Easter when I was there in 1941. He said, oh, they used to call me Jelly Bean. I said, okay, Jelly Bean. So we called him Jelly Bean Nelson thereafter. Well, Jelly Bean was sitting in that office of mine that day. I said, hey, Jelly Bean. He said, oh, buck-ass. Well, anyway, this went on. They were around for a few days in combined maneuvers, about 2 weeks. And I'd have to go out on Saturday and with the firemen and with the MPs and inspect the whole grounds, which was pretty big grounds, a lot of people. So that was a lot of fun. Didn't take long to find out that there was a lot of good hunting over at by the Camp Roberts Reserve, which was down at, oh God, I'm trying to remember now what the name of that was. Hang on, I'll check that out. Oh, I know what it was. It was Hunter Liggett Reservation. Now this is where Camp Roberts. That was a big camp. There's thousands and thousands of men at Camp Roberts, and this was about 20 miles outside of Paso Robles, the other direction. And I found out they had pretty good hunting down there in Camp Roberts, so I drove down there one day, and sure enough, I could see these California Valley quail running around, and geez, I drew a gun, and we'd start going down there. And I would guess, without just conservatively, that I probably shot 1,000 California Valley quail during the time I was there. I could go out and shoot maybe 40, 50, 60 a day, no problem. And I could draw the ammunition because it was the same kind of ammunition we used on our skeet range. So it was a number 8 shot, and it was for the skeet range, and I could draw all that ammunition I wanted, use all I wanted, because I was responsible for it. That put me in charge, and so I authorized myself to have a whole lot of that. So I go down there and shoot these quail. Pretty soon I had so many quail, they always had an expression, you can't eat a quail a day for 30 days, you get sick and die. Well, I was eating those quail pretty regularly, but we got fed up on them after a while too. I'd bring them in, guys would clean them, and just take the breast of the quail. Eventually I started taking them down to our staff meetings. I'd have to go down to a staff meeting at Salinas, which was our mother base, so to speak. We were a satellite of Salinas. Same as it was up at Half Moon Bay, that was a satellite of Salinas too, and that's why they moved me from one to the other within the command. So I'd start taking those quail down there. These guys didn't believe it after a while. They thought they can't be quail. This guy can't come in here with these quail like this all the time, practically every Saturday. If not every other Saturday, or not Saturday, but Monday, usually Monday. But we work 7 days a week, so Monday was no different than Sunday or Saturday or Tuesday or anything else. 7 days a week is what you work during the war. So these guys, after a while, just didn't believe that I could shoot all these quail. So I started bringing them down with the legs and the head on. I say, there you are, guys. Now they're all drawn and everything. You take care of them from here. Now you can see we got quail. Well, I'd just about fed them all they wanted, too. But I was having a lot of fun. When we found out there was a lot of deer out there, I'd see deer out there. So, gee whiz, once my father came out from Minnesota, and he came to visit us, and I took him out, and I've got pictures of it, where we went out and with the guns and so forth, and I showed him all these quail running around. You could drive down through the mountains and then the area of the desert, and there wasn't an awful lot of cover, but there was a lot of quail because they weren't being shot. This was on a reservation. It wasn't allowed. So as soon as they found out, Camp Roberts found out I was running around their reservation shooting quail, and they brought it to my attention that only certain people were allowed over there, and that's so-called wardens. And the warden's job there was to see that other people didn't hunt there. This was a many thousand-acre reservation just for Camp Roberts, for shooting guns and all kinds of training. Nobody else was supposed to be on there. But I got on there. So eventually I went over to Camp Roberts and I said, I'd like to get a warden's license. They said, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, I understand if you're a warden, you can hunt over there. Now, they didn't know right then and there at that top echelon people, the commanding officer and the MP, the guy in charge of the MPs, the major there, that I'd been over there. When I heard about this, I went over and applied. They said, well, you know, we have this just for us. I said, hey, look, I'm Air Corps. We're all in the same family. You're Army, I'm Army. I'd like to have a license. I can go over there and help you warden that place too, and see if anybody that's there that isn't supposed to be there, I'll ask them to leave. All I want is the same privilege you other guys got, and I'll help you out. Well, they decided, okay, they'd do that. So they allowed me, and I've still got my permit, warden's permit, for the Hunter Liggett Reservation, Camp Roberts. I think it's dated 1943. So I did a lot of hunting over there, shot some deer, had a lot of fun, got the hunting in. Until, I'd say it was the latter part of 1944, I think it was early 45, when I got orders to transfer back to, was some officer I knew before had called me and wanted me to go back to Hammer Field. Some general. He was a colonel then, Ralph Snavely. I remember his name now. Ralph Snavely, Colonel Snavely. He was a wing commander. He got acquainted with me over at Estrella, and they came in and went hunting, and they'd bring shells. I'd say, you bring the shells, you give me half, and you can have the other half. They could draw them. They could draw them from me, or they could draw them from their own place, but I wanted some shells so I could shoot too. So anyway, he had me transferred over to Hammer Field. Well, I didn't like that at all, because I was happy where I was. Pretty soon another colonel that I knew of, Colonel Walthall, down at Santa Maria, he found out that I was no longer at that base, so he called up 10th Air Force, who in turn called me and transferred me back to Santa Maria. Santa Maria had taken over the base. And then he said, no, don't go to Santa Maria, we're going to send you back to the other base that was in charge, no longer in charge. We're going to send you back to Salinas. So I called up to Colonel Walthall. Well, he called me and he said, hey, Goetting, what are you doing? I said, I'm over at Fresno. He said, yeah, I know that. But what are you doing over there? And I said, I'm in operations. I'm going to get into a new type of career field here. And he said, the hell you are. You're coming back over here and be my troop commander. I said, gee, Colonel, I just got over here. He said, I didn't ask you that. Well, this is the way the service operated. He said, I need you over here, and I'm getting you transferred. I called General Parker. He called personnel, and you're on orders. I want you over here in 2 days. So now I had to move back from Fresno, Hammer Field, back down to Salinas. Now I already had Louise back to Fresno. Now we had to move again. She wanted to know when this nonsense was going to stop, and I said, just as soon as these guys leave me alone. But now I got to go back. I'm going to be the troop commander there, and I don't know, probably a lot of other jobs, I don't know. So we moved back. Got back over there, and everything was going real fine again. Colonel Walthall was a good friend of mine, too. I'd known him when he was commanding officer at Santa Maria. And so anyway, everything was going fine. And he'd got moved from Santa Maria to Salinas, and so he hauled me with him after he found out I was back over to Hammer Field. I hated to leave as commanding officer of that air base, because it was one fine job, and we were out there in a remote area. Paso Robles was a fine town. The only problem I ever had there was I was going into the bars, and there was a requirement sent out of Hammer, or not Hammer Field, but Camp Roberts, where Camp Roberts officers and all officers could only go into officers' clubs in Paso Robles. Well, I wasn't part of the Army. I was part of the Air Corps, Army Air Corps, but nothing to do with those ground forces over there. So I'd go into the clubs anyway. The MPs picked me up I don't know how many times. And pretty soon they started firing letters back to my commanding officer, telling him I was out of uniform because I didn't have a Class A uniform. I was in a bar I wasn't supposed to be in. Pretty soon this got to be a pretty big problem. And I'm driving sedans when I should have a driver. I didn't want a driver. I didn't need any chauffeur. So one thing led to another till I got a little upset about this business and not being able to go into these bars. And all the officers that were on our base coming in for ground training, they didn't have Class A uniforms either. They came in on fighter togs. So they couldn't go into the bar, and we didn't have a club at our base. So I called after I got into difficulty 2 or 3 times, picked up for being in the bar and run out by the MPs, and then they'd call the major in charge. He'd come over and run me out. After I went through this a few times, I called and I went before the commanding officer at Camp Roberts. I went over and saw him, and I said, look here, sir. Now, at that time, I was only a first lieutenant. I said, we don't have an officers' club. We got officers over there that have no place to go. Now, we've got to be able to go into these bars or clubs without a Class A uniform. And he said, no way. You guys just figure out your own problems. I said, I'd like permission. He said, you're not getting anything, Lieutenant. That's when I decided it was time I quit being a lieutenant and start bucking for captaincy, because I was always the junior officer no matter where I went, as long as I was a lieutenant, whether it was a first or second lieutenant. Anyway, in due course, I called Salt Lake City, the commanding general of the area that was in charge of Camp Roberts. I explained our predicament. He said, look here. By that time, I think I was a captain. I got to be a captain before I did this. I called up and told him our predicament, and he said, what do you mean that you can't go into the bars over there? Who said you can? I said, well, we got an order that's been posted on our bulletin board from Camp Roberts. They seem to think we're under their jurisdiction. And, sir, I went on very nicely. I said, sir, I don't see how they can do that, because we're a different organization altogether. We're Air Corps. We're not Army. And we have no officers' club, and we don't have this, and we don't have that. Well, we got to have some place for these officers to go and for the enlisted men to go to town. They get a break once in a while. We don't have any club. Sure, we can serve them beer, but we can't serve them any drinks. We don't have any liquor. He called me back a little while, and he said, I want to tell you something, Captain. You're not under the jurisdiction of Camp Roberts, and I'm damn fast going to get this matter cleared up. He said, what do you think of that? And I said, boy, I'll appreciate that, sir. Would you send me a TWX, which is a wire? And I gave him our number. He said, I sure as hell will. And he said, we're going to put a stop to this. He called Camp Roberts. Boy, it wasn't any time at all, and I had a call back saying that they had received orders to take down that order that we had, and that they had no jurisdiction. Boy, were we tickled to death. We all plowed into town about the next day. I told the guys at the base, you know, you guys, you can go into town now. You don't have to be in a Class A uniform. You can go into the bars. You don't have to go into the one lousy officers club they got, where you got to be in Class A uniform, which meant you had to have your cap, you had to have your tie, you had to have the whole works. And most of these guys were in flight jackets. It was only about 2 months later that a guy came out from town from one of the bars, and he dropped off 2 cases of whiskey. He said, you've done the greatest thing for our city and our bars and our restaurants where you can get a drink. He said, we've been like this ever since Camp Roberts got over there. They've had the same lousy thing. We're glad you guys can come in, and we want to welcome you, and here's 2 cases of booze, and share it with your friends. This was at Christmas time in 1944. That's what happened, and it was really great. But I sure upset the apple cart there, too. So I guess that's pretty much what I did. I was very resourceful. If I didn't like the way things were and I found out it could be changed, they got changed in due course. That's my story at Stellar Air Force Base before I got moved back to Salinas. Got moved back to Salinas, was there 2 or 3 months when the opportunity came up to apply for Command and General Staff School. I happened to be OD, which is Officer of the Day, that night when I saw this order. I read the order, and it said anybody who thought they would be interested and qualified with college, put in your application. I put in my application, so did a whole bunch of other people, because Command and General Staff School was a war college, and that was your greatest step forward. The war was going full blowers. This was in the middle, this was early 1945. So I put in. Well, a good friend of mine who was back from overseas, a fighter pilot, he got the job. So we were out celebrating with him at the Saturday night club. We went to the club on Saturday nights, Louise and I and everybody else. We had dances there and so on and so forth. It was really fun. And we were celebrating with this guy because he was going to Command and Staff School the following Thursday. We were saying goodbye and wishing him well and happy for him and everything. Fine and dandy. Comes the following Tuesday, I get a phone call to report to personnel. Guy, Major something, I forgot his name, real nice guy. I went in, he said, well, Captain, he said, you're going to Command and Staff School. I said, I thought there was only one going. He said, that's right, you. I said, what happened to so-and-so? This was a good friend of mine. We'd been out been out with him and helped celebrate it going to command school. He said the colonel called and had him canceled and had you replace it. I said, geez, you know, Major, I forgot his name, but he's a nice guy. I said, this is a tough road to go here. I'm happy to go, and I'd like to go, but geez, what about this guy? He's all set. He's been overseas. He's a fighter pilot. He's had two years, something like that, overseas. He said, Goetting, he said, the orders are issued, and you're going, and you got to leave in about 4 or 5 days. And then do what you got to do, but this is the class you're going to report. Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, Command and Staff School, Air Staff. That was that. Went back, told Louise, well, here we go again. Going to Command and Staff School at Kansas City, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. No doubt I'll not return here, so let's get packed. We had this little 1939 Ford Coupe that I'd got in Rochester and driven back one time. Had low mileage on it, beautiful car. Just a coupe though, and Annie was small. This was 1945, so she was a couple years old. But I had these guys at one of the bases build it into kind of a pickup. Take that spare tire that was in towards the back and put it on the lid. They bolted that all on, set that thing on, then give me a portable type pickup so I could take all these boards, put them in there. Then if I shipped someplace, I used their pickup, the back end would drop down. Now this was a so-called business coupe. You guys, most of you don't even know what I'm talking about. It was a 1939 Ford. So now we could haul things. So we packed everything up, had to go to the landlord, tell him we were leaving, you know. I had to clear the air base. So we started towards Ohio. That was Louise's hometown, was Fremont, Ohio. I said, well, we'll drive you back to Fremont, and you can find a place. We'll get on the telephone or whatever we did. And so happened her aunt and uncle had a upstairs apartment that was available. So we started back in the late afternoon. We started for Fremont, and we got to Reno on the way back. And I remember in there eating in a restaurant in Reno, and hell, I was unshaven and no tie, and I mean, we're tired. We'd packed, and here we are on the go again, which was not unusual. Back to a new duty, which was me in school, Command and General Staff School, 5 or 6 months. This was like, I think it must have been April, something like that, 1945. So we got there, and then Louise got very sick. We were going up to Elko, Nevada. On the way back, she got very, very sick. Is that the time? God, I can't remember whether that's the time or whether it was earlier, so I'll pass that one up. We went by, got all the way back, got Louise back into Fremont, Ohio, moved into that apartment, and I had to get going, get a plane and get back down to Kansas City, or we land at Kansas City, and then I take the bus over to Fort Leavenworth and go to Command and General Staff School. I was down there quite a while. Louise first stayed with her aunt. Well, she got the apartment ready. Now, she knows the details on that. I've never got all the details. Anyway, eventually she moved into that apartment, even bought a rug for $30 and told me about it, and I've been there, just about had a fit, because $30 was a lot of money. But anyway, she was all settled, she and Annie, in Fremont, Ohio, while I was going to Command and General Staff School. I knew when I got out of General Staff School that your next job was an upper echelon job, because that's why you go to Command and General Staff School. Now, I was a captain, and I was, once again, a junior officer. Most of them were colonels, light colonels, majors, just a few captains laying around, like me, at Command and Staff School. I hit the books. I had already learned how to use books and be somewhat of a student. This was a hell of a challenge, and I knew it, and I had to make it. I had to make good. I knew that. So Louise was there. None of the guys that were allowed to bring their families there, but some of them did anyway, and they stayed in Kansas City. Some of them had wives. Some of the people had a lot of money. We didn't have a lot of money. I couldn't afford anything like that. And Louise was all set where she was in Fremont. Okay, I finished my Command and Staff School. I think it was, September. No, it wasn't September. It was late July that I got done. So I was there about 4 or 5 months in Command and Staff School. Graduated from Command and Staff School in the upper 10% of my class, which was damn good for me. And that was an interesting situation down at Command and Staff School. Couldn't get out very often, but when it came time for the final exams, there for 48 hours straight. Everybody had to stay awake 48 hours. You could go over and get something to eat once in a while. And it was a mock war. So we had these war rooms and the whole bit. Really interesting. And we all absorbed it all. We all wanted to pass, and we never did know whether you passed the examination. You take the examinations. The only time you knew whether you failed one was if it was in your box in the back. Everybody had a number so that you couldn't get acquainted with any of the teachers, which were all service people, all officers. They never knew who you were by name. You had a number, and you had a box in the back, and that was your number. You couldn't get out to a bar someplace and influence some teacher by telling him your name, because that number wouldn't do him a damn bit of good, or that name wouldn't do him any good. He couldn't hurt you, he couldn't help you. It was a good idea. So we all had a box in the rear, so we'd have to go back to the box after class twice a day, and if there was anything in there at the end of the day that told you any bad news, you got it right then and there, that you didn't pass a certain exam. Well, I passed all my exams. I didn't have that problem. I don't know why I didn't have that problem, because I should have had that problem. My history would have told me you're going to have problems in school. Well, I had all those problems behind me, and that was good. That was good for me, but not so good for the teachers while I was in high school and so forth. The only college I had to qualify for this thing was I'd been to junior college for 3 months. They didn't ask you how long you've been in college. They just put down in there college, and I marked it, yeah. I had 3 months of college, junior college. These days they'll ask you whether you graduate, this type of thing on these different forms, but not that one. So that's why I could make out the form, when it said college, I could mark it yes. No one said how much college. So I qualified, and I was sent to Command and Staff School. I was sorry my buddy didn't make it, but I was happy I did. Got out of Command and Staff School, got sent back to Salinas where I started. Went in there, and the guy said, the new colonel, he said, his name was Schroeder. I checked in, he looked at my records and everything. He said, Goetting, he said, there's no use us giving you a job here. You're not going to be here long. You just graduated Command and Staff School. You got better things ahead of you somewhere. I said, where do you think that is? And he said, I haven't any idea, but your orders will be coming in probably in the next couple of weeks. He said, but we're signing you in now. Okay. So when I got done, I didn't go back and pick up Louise. I went back to Salinas, knowing that I would never stay at Salinas, that I'd be going overseas. I hadn't been overseas yet. My turn. I wanted to go. I wanted to help fight this war. I want to get at Hitler. I want to get things done. Well, by that time, Hitler was all done. So now, shortly thereafter anyway, while I was in Command and Staff School, that war came to an end. Now we had the Japanese on our hands. Okay, so I go back, talk to this guy, and he said, you know, we're under the 3rd Air Force. I said, out of where's that, Colonel? He said, out of Hunter Field in Georgia. I said, gee whiz, 4th Air Force takes care of the West Coast. Now the 3rd Air Force out of Georgia is taking care of California operations? I don't get it. He said, well, it's kind of a change. He said, where would you like to go? I said, I've been on the West Coast pretty near the whole war. Pretty near 5 years. He said, well, would you like to go to the East Coast? I said, yeah, I'd like that. My wife's up in Ohio. I got to pick her up and keep going. I'd go to the East Coast. Where could I go? He said, take your choice. I said, what do you got? So we talked over. He said, why don't you go to Hunter Field? That's headquarters. He said, and you'll ship out overseas from there. I said, geez, I don't know whether I'll stop and pick up my wife if I'm going to ship out overseas from there, because I'm going to be in the East Coast. He said, take your chances. So, okay, put me on orders, send me back to this is the way the service operated. Now I'm going all the way back to the East Coast. I just left Kansas. Went all the way back to the East Coast, picked up Louise on the way back, packed up the car, got Annie aboard, just all of us, started down towards Hunter Field in Georgia. Now this was in August. Okay, we're going through this little town at night, probably around 6, 7 o'clock at night, and gee, it was just jumping. So I stopped, get some gas, asked them what's going on. They said the war is over. The war is over? Yep, Japanese have surrendered. Holy cow, this is all brand new to me. Said, well, we got to stay here all night then. We don't have to, but we might as well. Got a hotel room. Asked the guy in the hotel, I said, can you get me a jug? And he said, yeah, I'll get you one. You know, I was in uniform. Still a captain, but uniform. They're all happy to see people in the service. The war was over. That was a big deal. So he gets me a jug. We go to bed, get up the next morning. Louise and I each had a couple of drinks, went to bed. We were tired. We'd driven all the way from Ohio. Went the next morning, checked into Hunter Field. Got down to Hunter Field, and the guy said, well, you're going to be this and that, squadron commander, the local squadron 8 commander. That puts you in charge of it, all headquarters people. Troop commander, in charge of ground training. I had more jobs than I could shake a stick at. But we liked it down there. And the war was at an end. So among other jobs was as headquarters squadron commander, I was in charge of all of the people that were in headquarters, which were the GIs, sergeants, a lot of rank, sergeants, so forth. But now we were beginning to let people out of the service. So, but I also found out that I could draw a gun and go out and do some bird hunting on one of these air rescue, well, it's called an air rescue boat, and it was driven by a big propeller, and then you could sail right over the top of all these weeds. So, okay, so I draw a gun, a nice shotgun, right out of the Cosmoline. These guys got it for me, headquarters people. I was CO, and we were all friends. Always a good friend of the GI. That always paid well. Got to do that. I knew my way around. So I started hunting, drew this gun, and so forth. Everything's going real fine. Pretty soon, one day the sergeant called up, and he said, "Say, Captain," he said, "TWX came in." This is a wire again. Says that all our guns are declared surplus. Everything, including that shotgun. I had this nice shotgun, and I've still got it. And it had a rib barrel. It was a 3-shot Remington, 3-shot Sportsman. Beautiful gun. They took it right out of Cosmoline and let me draw it on what we called an MR, which was a memorandum receipt, so I could use it. So I signed for it, used it, was hunting and everything. Then he called me in one day about 2 months later, after I'd been there damn near 2 months. He said, "We got this TWX in that says that these are surplus and you can buy them." And I said, "Yeah?" He said, "Yeah, here's the wire." He shows me a copy of the wire. He said, "Now, you got the best gun we got on the base, the shotgun. You go on over to Supply, show them the wire. They've got a copy of it. Give them the $28. My gun was $28. That damn gun today would sell for $300. And give them the money and you own the gun." So I take over, copy of my MR, showing I got it checked out. This was a receipt showing I had it checked out and was responsible for it, with the numbers on it. Took it over to Supply, told the guy the story, the supply officer. He accepted my $28. He said, "Okay, you're right. This is right. This is in accordance to the regulation." Gives me a receipt. Now I own the gun. About 4 days later, I get a call from the deputy commander of the base, Colonel, I can't think of his name. The full colonel that was a CO of the base was Colonel Fields. This other guy was Davenport, Light Colonel Davenport, Lieutenant Colonel. Calls me in. He said, "Well, I understand that you got a gun out, Captain, on MR. We got this TWX in authorizing the sale of these guns. Of course, you understand that the commanding officer gets first choice." I said, "Yeah, I could understand that, sir." Now, I'd already had the gun about 4 or 5 days. Already paid for it. He said, "Well, if you'll bring your gun in, and then the colonel can consider that gun as others." And I said, "Sir," now this is Colonel Davenport, I said, "I already paid for that gun in accordance with the existing regulations. It's mine." He said, No, you don't understand. The commanding officer gets first choice." I said, "Yes, I do understand. It's mine. That's what I understand." He said, "Hey, you know what, Goetting? You're going to get in trouble with this attitude." He said, "Colonel Fields gets first choice as commander. I suggest you get this gun in. But I guess you're going to do what you want to do." And I said, "Sir, I own it. And I've had it for 4 or 5 days, and I drew it on an MR, and everything is 100% legal." He said, "All right, you're excused." Next day I get a call, "Captain Goetting, report to commanding officer." I go over, and I know what the hell the problem was. So I walk in. He's got my 201 file, that's personnel file, sitting right on his desk. He says, "Goetting," now he knew me pretty well, because I was a group commander, I was a squadron commander, I had all kinds of jobs. He says, "Goetting," he says, "understand that you got this gun out and you won't turn it back in so that the officers all the way from the top down get their choices." I said, "That's right, sir. It's my gun." He said, "Did you hear what I said?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, you stand at attention." And so I stood at attention. He said, "Well," he said, "I got your file right here. I'm looking at it." He said, "With that kind of an attitude, I may just have to declare you surplus." And if you're declared surplus, that means that you'll be relieved of duty and you'll be separated from the service. What do you think of that? I said, good news, sir. I like that. What do you mean you like it? And I said, I'm waiting to get out on points, but I don't have enough points. I never got overseas. So I don't have the points, but I'll have them shortly. In another maybe 2 or 3 weeks, I'll get them. He said, you mean you don't care that you went out of the service with having gone command and staff school with your record, that you want to get out of the service, you're not going to stay as regular? And I said, no, sir, I want out. He said, then you're not going to bring that gun in? And I said, no, sir, it's my gun. He said, I'll put in an ER report, that's an efficiency report here, that'll cook you the rest of your life. I said, I hope you don't do that, sir. And he said, I'm thinking about it. I said, I should have first choice, but I can see your attitude, and I'm not getting anywhere with your excuse. Get out. About 3 days later, he got grounded himself for getting involved with a major that was a whack officer. So he got grounded himself by the general. Anyway, that was the situation. That's how I got this gun. Before I got done, these guys that I worked with, a couple of them had real emergencies. They wanted to get out a little earlier than their points would allow, and it was up to me to decide who could get out. So I let a lot of them go out first because their wives were giving them John Deere letters and everything else. John Deere letters, you know, goodbye and good luck, I'm going to marry somebody else, or I already have, or I'm living with somebody else. All this junk. Common today, uncommon 45, 50 years ago. So I did a few favors for these guys, got to know them real well. One day they called me again. Said, on your way out tonight, sir, when you go by this row of trees, there's old bushes, you know where they are? And I said, yeah. He said, you look under there. So I looked under there when I'm way out, and here's this big box. He said, you're going to see a box, pick it up. Pick it up, put it in. It was a brand new M1 rifle, still in Cosmoline, that these guys gave to me. They wrote it off, probably what we called, oh God, how do we call that? You write the things off, show that they disappeared, and you'd write them off, and then that took care of the inventory of it. Took one less off the inventory, but I had it. In this case, it was mine. Took it home, had a whole bunch of shells, had a brand new rifle, also had a hell of a nice new shotgun. I was all set to be separated from the service. About 2 or 3 weeks later, my points came up. We got out about December the 15th, 1945. Packed up. In the meantime, I'd sold my Ford and got into a 2-door Plymouth so that Annie now was getting a little older. She could sleep in the back seat and not up in the back of a coupe, business coupe. So we got that Plymouth, packed it all up. I got my separation papers, went into the reserve, and started for Ohio and got out of the service. Now that's where we are at this point, is December the 15th, 1945. And I do 90 days pay because I had accrued 90 days leave. And so for 3 months in a row, they sent me my pay, which was $300 a month. Prior to my leaving, or our leaving Hunter Field at Savannah, Georgia, they had a Saturday night party as usual. And the following Monday or Tuesday, Colonel called me in, the same colonel that I wouldn't give the gun to. He said, say, Goetting, we had that party the other Saturday night, and you were conspicuous by your absence. I said, yes, sir. I was busy. I couldn't get away. He said, what are you busy doing? I said, packing. He said, where do you think you're going? I said, I know where I'm going. I got my orders. I'm separating, and I'm going to leave probably Wednesday or Thursday. Just a few days. So I know I was conspicuous by my absence, and I'm sorry about that, Colonel, but I do wish you well. And that was the end of my time talking to Colonel Fields at Savannah, Georgia, around December 15th, 1945. I had a lot of fun in the service. I liked the service. Louise didn't like it because you had to move around once in a while, and of course she thought there was a lot of politics in the service. I don't think there was that much politics. It's just that I got along real well with a hell of a lot of people. And they liked me and I liked them. And that helped. Helped all along the way. No question about it. Helped after I got out of the service. That's why I ended back in the service in February of 1951. And that's another story I'll get to later on. I went into the reserve at separation time rather than wait around and get all this familiarization and rehabilitation talk. Went into the reserve for 5 years. Stayed out of the service until I got notice after the Korean War started. That started in July of 1950. I got recalled in February 10th, 1951 to report February 28th, 1951 at Scott Field in Illinois. I went back on active duty, and I've already mentioned that as an involuntary recall. And that lasted until 1952, and I've already mentioned that previously. I was recalled effective February the 28th, 1951, just 15 days before my 5-year tenure in the reserve would have expired. I missed it by 15 days. They bet I'd be recalled, I bet I wouldn't, and they won. Now that's the story of that. Sure was a shell shocker. And that's putting it mildly, to say the least. But we'll talk about the recall, how it affected my business when I had to leave a business that we just started here in Michigan, and the different situations that existed that made things somewhat very difficult. But we did our job, we did it well. So we're going into what will be the next tape, which is a 30-minute tape on each side, so-called 60-minute tape, but 30 minutes on each side, whereas the tape we're using now is 45 minutes on each side. So we'll go to part A of the next tape, and we'll go on with the story. And I think you'll find it interesting, and I surely do hope so. By popular demand, so we're going ahead with this thing, fellas, and I hope you enjoy it. We got a lot more to say and a lot of stories to tell. So here we go. We'll call this next tape Sequence 2 of the Ray Goetting Airforce tape. So here comes side 1 of a 60-minute tape. All aboard? Count on this tape before I get started with the conversation is because there's a little lead time here that'll not pick up the message. So this is Ray on November 16th, Tuesday, 1993, beginning the second tape of my ventures in life. And this tape happens to be a 60-minute tape, 30 minutes at each side, and the other one was a hour-and-a-half tape, 45 minutes on each side. So this certainly should finish the story. I'll probably interject occasionally stories of something in the past, maybe way back to when I was a teenager, things that I think of that I think are interesting, plus the fact we'll go into the service of my recall, getting back in the service, how that happened to happen, and so forth, beginning in February of 1951. So I think we're about ready to start. Here we go. First, we're going to find out how we got into Kalamazoo, Michigan, after being released from the service onto the reserve or into the reserve back in December 15th, 1945. We went up to Fremont, Ohio, as I told you. Okay, one thing led to another until we went into business, the Culligan soft water business, and a little town called Circleville, Ohio, which was south of Columbus, Ohio, small town of around 7,000 or 8,000 people. And we went into the Culligan soft water business. We started the business there from a shoestring, so to speak. Started from scratch. Built up a little business while we were trying to get that thing going. Most of my income, whatever there was, came from being allowed $20 a week after the war for servicemen that were not making any money. And we weren't making any money. I had the books to prove we weren't making any money. We were taking in money, but we weren't netting any profit at that time. Anyway, we proceeded down in Circleville and built up a nice business down there. While I was there, I got into the used car business. It was called Ray's Motor Sale, where motorists meet, quote unquote. And being right after the war, I bought and sold used cars right along with the soft water business. And right after the war, and we got up to Fremont, Ohio, Louise knew some people there. And fortunately, we were able to buy a Bendix automatic washing machine, and we took that down to Circleville, Ohio. Eventually took it out of our house and put it in my office. And put it in the office because I was taking in laundries at 50 cents a load. So I had that washing machine in my office, right along with my office procedure and then our soft water plant. Eventually we got what was called a Brock extractor. Now that extracted the water. It spun it around real fast. So you went from the washing machine into this extractor that took the water out, a lot of it, and then you put it into the dryer. So we had that in our office. And Louise would have to bring our clothes down from our home in order to do our laundry in my office. So we had, at that time, in order to try to make a living, we were getting the soft water business going. We had this little bit of a laundry, probably one of the first of the laundrette type things, because eventually we got more machines and more dryers. And then I had my used car lot. Then I got into a business selling valves, brass valves for the soft water people. So we built up a pretty good business there. We stayed there about 3 years. Then we sold our business down in Circleville, Ohio, and then came up to Michigan. Okay, we settled in Michigan here at Kalamazoo in January of 1949. And so we were down in Circleville about 3 years. So we came up here and we bought a house, our first house, the first decent place we'd ever lived. And it was up on the west side of town, Pinehurst Boulevard. And we got settled here, and everything was just going fine and dandy till I got recalled to the service. And one Saturday, this was probably in early February of 1951, I got recalled. First I got a call from the post office on a Saturday and told me to come on down and pick up a letter. I said, gee, why don't you just send it out on Monday? He said, can't do that. This is a certified receipt letter. You'll have to come down and get it. So I talked to the guy a little while, and he said, I think you better come and get it. It's from the Army. Well, what it was is my recall, involuntary recall to report to duty. So that had put us into a tantrum there for a little bit, a lot of excitement. Here I had to go back into the service. I didn't want to. Just getting the business started. We had a lot of indebtedness. I mean, a lot of indebtedness. We just bought our first new home, and Ann was very young at the time. Just starting kindergarten, because we moved up there in 49. By that time she was 6 years old. And everything was going real fine. Now this kind of put a problem ahead of us, and gave us a lot of difficulty. But anyway, eventually I had to make some arrangement to go down and report for duty at the field in Illinois. And so I reported down as my orders ordered, and thought, well, I'm not in very good shape here. I knew I had high blood pressure after I got that notice, so I went to a doctor, and he told me I had plenty high blood pressure and so on and so forth. So I thought, well, that'd be enough to get me out of the service, but it didn't. So I got down, reported into the service, took my physical. They found I had high blood pressure, but then after I laid down, slept a little while, they found out I didn't have high blood pressure, so I was pretty much automatically put in the service, putting on active duty. And to make a long story short, I thought I was going to get a 2-week delay en route to get to my duty station, which happened to be at Columbus, Ohio, at Lockbourne Air Force Base. And they told me that I better not take that 2 weeks. Some of my GI friends told me that. I better not take that 2 weeks. If I took that 2 weeks while I was home, they'd probably get a change of orders. And so I just better waive my 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it was. I think maybe it was a month, pretty near a month, that I could have to get my personal effects in order. Not to take it, because certainly my orders would change, and I'd never end out down in Ohio. I'd probably end out overseas in a hurry. So I passed that opportunity up and signed the waiver to go immediately to Lockbourne Air Force Base in Columbus, Ohio. Called Louise, told her how great everything was going, that I waived my right for a 30-day delay at home to get personal affairs in order, but I would get a 2-week delay en route. They told me such a thing would be authorized, so I'd have 2 weeks at home and for sure go down to Columbus, Ohio, as opposed to directly overseas. So anyway, I signed the waiver. Everybody was happy, including me. Came on home, put in for my delay en route, was turned down on my delay en route, which I didn't expect. Called in to find out why I hadn't heard from them, and with an approval of my delay en route, they told me I was AWOL from the service. I better get going. I was 4 days late already to get to Columbus, Ohio, so I had to make a crash effort, get my gear all together again, pack up, and go down to Columbus, Ohio, and report for duty. So there I was, down in Columbus, Ohio, back on duty after being out a little better than 5 years. And everything was kind of new again, but it wasn't too hard to get in the old harness. And I was in charge of the training program for all these draftees and people that were most recently transferred into this area in order to set it up for an encampment, which was at Columbus, Ohio, at Lockbourne Air Force Base. I was there for about 2 or 3, I'd say about 2 months when they called me in. And firstly, when I reported in, I was in a little bit of a jam because they said I should have been in there 3 days early. I shouldn't have stayed home waiting for approval of a delay en route because I wasn't going to get one. No one should have told me that, etc., etc. Well, it just so happened when I got there, I recognized my immediate superior officer, who was a commandant of cadets. Well, I was a cadet down in Thunderbird Air Force Base, Thunderbird Field. So he and I got shooting the breeze a little bit. And he was a major, and I, of course, was a captain. So he went on to explain how he'd been in the service all this length of time and only got to be, he was a first lieutenant when I first met him, and here he is a major about 10 years later. That's ridiculous. And going up the ladder. But anyway, we got to be very good friends. I had my job for about a month or two. Can't remember exactly when. I could look up the orders, but I won't take the time. When he called me in and said I was going to Central Air Defense Force down in Kansas City, Kansas, in the Walnut Street building, and I'd be, what did he call me at that time? My orders are going to be Director of Ground Training for the Central Air Defense Force that was being set up. There was an Eastern Defense, a Western Defense. Now we needed a Central Defense. So I was sent down there to be Director of Ground Training. I was there for 6 months. Eventually got Louise down there, and then about 2 months later got my orders to travel overseas. So overseas we went. First I went alone in September, and I got sufficient orders and made the right connections to get Louise and Ann. In the meantime, we had adopted Jim. When we were in Kalamazoo, we adopted Jim. He was 3 months old. We got him in, I think it was October, and his birthday was July the 27th, 1950. And we adopted Jim sometime in October. He was about 3 months old. So I had to get the okay to get him out of the state, to get him down to Kansas, get the okay by the court, because when you had an adopted person, you couldn't take him out of state for at least a year. But this was a unique situation. They approved me to take, Louise and I, to take Jim out of state, so we headed for Kansas City. Okay. After 6 months, I got my orders to travel overseas. Brought Louise back to Kalamazoo, and then proceeded to the East Coast for duty overseas, for my shipment overseas. Okay. I think I'll cut off right now and finish this tomorrow. I want to go up and listen to another program, which would be Larry King. Comes on at 9 o'clock. It's printing at 9 o'clock at night. I'll continue this probably in the next day or two. Off for now. Well, it's now 21 November, a few days later. I read the first part of this tape to familiarize myself with what I'd already said. And I want to make a few comments about how I handled the business while I was in the service the first 8 or 9 months. I did the best I could when I was in Columbus, Ohio, to get back to Kalamazoo to see how the business was going. I'd left it in charge pretty much with a management company to do the bookkeeping and billing. And then I had this one full-time employee, name was Pete Brownell, that I hired in 1950, so he'd been with me just a little over a year. And of course it was up to him to see that the service was performed. And we also had either 1 or 2 part-time guys. Anyway, I got back as soon as often and as soon as I could to check things out, but it wasn't very often when I was down at Columbus, Ohio, because we were working 7 days a week. And you couldn't take time off. We had another war going, and that was that. And I understood that. So I was on the phone quite a bit. Then after I got transferred to Kansas City, I tried to get back a little more often, and it wasn't all that difficult because since I was director of ground training, we also had another officer who was a major, and I was a captain, this Major Forster, that was a director of air training. And so we traveled a lot together around the whole Midwest. And I'm talking about Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois. We covered a lot of states, covered a lot of area. Sometimes we were out at the East Coast of the Eastern Defense Command, and one time out the West Coast of the Western Defense Command. So with all this travel, I was able occasionally to get into Kalamazoo and find out how things were going. And they weren't going well, but I had no choice in the matter. I was trying to run a business while I was working for the Air Force. And we traveled 7 days a week most of the time. Very seldom did I get a weekend off, like from Saturday night until Monday morning, but occasionally I did. And I'd get on an airplane at Kansas City and come back to Kalamazoo to see my family. It was tough going. It was hard to get all these things juggled together and get things done. And the business I was sweating out pretty much because we were just really getting a good start. I'd called on a lot of people, got a lot of business going, and then I have to leave. And leave the business operation part in the hands of people that had very little experience. But I had no choice, so that took care of that. Okay, one day I'd heard through the grapevine by one of my sergeants down at Central Air Command that my orders were coming out to go overseas and I was going to go out to the Far East. I thought, well, I guess I haven't got much choice in the matter, but he said, I just thought I'd let you know that you're on the list for overseas. But we haven't got any orders yet. So I remember this friend of mine, this that I knew in California, who now I thought was a colonel, but he turns out that when I called him at the Pentagon or in Washington, D.C., they said he was at the Army-Navy Club. This was a Saturday night at a party. I thought he was a colonel, but he answers the phone. He says, this is General Guzendorf. I reminded him of who I was, and hell, he knew who I was, all right. We were old friends. I asked him if he knew how I happened to be on active duty, and he said, no, I don't know anything about it, Ray. What the hell are you doing back on active duty? We got all kinds of people that are trying to get on active duty. I said, I don't know, but I'm an involuntary recall, and I've been on active duty for over 6 months, pretty near 8 months. I thought you might know something about it. He said, no, I don't know anything about it. I said, well, maybe you can help me. I said, I'm scheduled to get overseas in the next few days, maybe, or next week or two. I'll be getting orders. And he said, well, what can I do for you? Now, he was in personnel, Brigadier General. That's pretty high. So I said, well, I don't know where I'm going or what I'm going to be doing, but I thought maybe you could give me some ideas. He said, well, where would you like to go? And I said, well, how about the Caribbean area? He said, no way. Everybody wants to go to the Caribbean area. I said, how about coming to Washington and I'll work with you? He said, Ray, I've got colonels running around doing things that captains used to do. He said, they're getting in my way. We got so many of them around here. He said, you wouldn't want to be in Washington anyway. He said, I'll think of something better than that. I said, okay, what do you think? He said, tell you what, how would you like to go to Europe? I said, that sounds okay with me. That sounds fine, General. Do you think you can help me? He said, you give me your serial number, your name, serial number, address, etc., the organization you're in, and I'll see what I can do. I said, okay, appreciate that, General. And he wanted to know how the family was and so on and so forth. And told him fine. Now, I hadn't seen this general in quite a few years. It was 1944, I think it was, the last I'd seen him. And so we're talking 8 years later. But we had kept in contact, and it had been a nice relationship. So anyway, a few days later, the colonel that was in charge, he was an executive officer, and Colonel Foss, Joe Foss, who was a major in the Marine Corps during World War I, or World War II, not World War I. And was a hotshot pilot, and also the governor of South Dakota. He was now my immediate supervisor. He was in charge of our whole command in our area at Central Air Defense Command, as far as training was concerned. His name was Joe Foss. I think he's still alive. Anyway, I didn't get along very well with his executive officer. The main reason I didn't is one night up at a bar, and this was before Louise got over there to Kansas City. We were all sitting around there, and a lot of these guys were brown-nosing, as we used to say, up to this light colonel. He was a light colonel. Can't remember his name now, but it wasn't a very easy name to remember. And I didn't pay much attention to him. And he came over to him. He said, "Hey, Goetting, how come you're not buying me a drink?" And I said, "Well, I don't see any particular reason for me to do that, Colonel. I'm just visiting here with a couple of other guys." He said, "Hey, you see this and that and so on and so forth. We're all in the same office. I thought maybe you would." And I said, "No, I don't think so, Colonel. I'll buy you one, you buy me one, but let's start with you." Anyway, he walked away. Then I got back to conversation with the other people I was talking to, who were people more in my own rank, like captains and majors. Anyway, then a couple of days later, and I'd already been alerted that I was going to be getting some orders. He knew that. And he told me one day, he said, "Well, Goetting, we're going to be sending you overseas." And I said, "Yeah, I suppose. The freeze is off. I'm one of them earmarked to go. I know that, Colonel. And I'll be happy to go and do my job, whatever it is." I didn't say any more. In the meantime, I talked to the general. A couple days later, I hear this big screeching, hollering way down the hall. Now, we had a big office, big room. He hollers, "Goetting, front and center." Now, this was this colonel, light colonel. So I walked up there, and he said, "Who in the hell do you know in Washington?" I said, "I don't know what you mean, Colonel." Well, in the meantime, my sergeant had told me the orders came through on a TWX, shipping me overseas. And he gave me a copy of the wire. Now, these are all people. I was the commanding officer of the headquarters squadron right along with my other duty. I always seemed to got that job. So he handed me this. So I knew that I was getting new orders. So anyway, I said, "What do you mean by that, Colonel?" And he said, "Well, what the hell? Who do you know in Washington? What's this business about providing there's no strong objection, you're going to do this and that and somebody else?" I said, "I don't understand what you mean, Colonel." He said, "God damn it, Goetting, I know you understand. You have to know somebody in Washington. I want to know who the hell it is, And I said, "Colonel, have you got something to talk to me about?" And he said, "Yeah, I got something to talk to you about. I want to know who you know." And I said, "Well, sir, I'll tell you, if I've got orders, new orders, I'm happy to have them. Whatever my duty is, I'll go." He got madder than hell. Anyway, he went to Joe Foss, who was, of course, his immediate supervisor. And Joe Foss, who was a good friend of mine and was his immediate commander, he called me and he said, "Hey, Ray, what the hell happened?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know, Colonel." I said, "I guess somebody that I knew out in Washington must have known I was getting ready to go overseas." He said, "Boy, I'm telling you, this tickles the hell out of me." He said, "So-and-so doesn't like this." And I said, "I know he doesn't." Anyway, I got ready and we shipped out. And I brought Louise home and to Kalamazoo in the same car, of course, pulling a trailer. And got into Kalamazoo, and in the meantime, we had renters in the place, in the building, but they had gotten out. We got stuck with their phone bill. I stayed about 3 or 4 days and got things settled at home as best I could and helped out and left by air to go to New Jersey for processing to go overseas. It was a tough call. I didn't like this, but I had to do it. It was my job. I stayed in the reserve. I took my chances, and I could say it either way I want, that I lost on this one and the Air Force won. But that remained to be seen. So I was sent overseas, went over by ship, spent about 4 or 5 days on that ship, and I'd never been on a troop ship. I was given the job of troop commander for what they called F deck, which was the lowest deck in the ship. And I had a bunch of Army guys down there. And it was my job, of course, as the commander down there to see that these guys got on their detail in the morning, which was generally KP. It was rough going down there. That was the base, the bottom deck of the ship, and we had some wild weather. And that damn ship was just a-bouncing around. You could hear the waves hitting the stern, the ship itself. And we had more sick people than you could shake a stick at. We were down, we'd say, about 4 levels, down right at the bottom. And it was rough. And sick and smell because of the vomiting. You never seen anything like it. I never had either. Never even heard about anything this bad. I was living topside, which was okay. I had a bunk upstairs and about B deck, I'd say. B deck would be the second deck. Anyway, I had a little confrontation there with one of the guys who decided he wasn't going to go on KP one morning about 4 o'clock. That's when I had to get these guys out to go on KP. So I shook him up a little bit, which I didn't know you couldn't do that anymore in the service. Things have changed since World War II. Got him up, and he told him he either goes on medics, goes on sick call, and gets excused, or he goes on duty. He just swore and tore. He hadn't changed his clothes or taken off his uniform since we got aboard ship. Now we're out about 4 days. I really felt for the guy. And there were a lot of them down in that deck that hadn't got out of their clothes. They were sick, laying there, vomiting. They're seasick. They couldn't stand it. Anyway, we got this matter straightened out. And then one morning I was having breakfast. We took breakfast in shifts, the officers. And one of the personnel came in and talked to one of the medic officers that was a captain in the Army. Told him that they had an emergency with one of the troops. And would he please come? Well, hell, he didn't even move. I stayed there and had my breakfast, and this guy was still sitting there 15, 20 minutes later. And they came in again and said, "We got an emergency, sir. You know, we've got to have this doctor down here." Pretty soon they got him to move. Come to find out, this guy had an emergency appendectomy. At the time this guy got down there 20 minutes later, it burst. And we were all pretty unhappy about this. Even the Army people were, and I was Air Corps, and there was Navy aboard also. Turns out, before it was all done, this guy was so sick that they had to stop it in England on the way to Bremerhaven, Germany, to get him off so he could get some immediate medical attention. So when they pulled into England and tied up, so to speak, we were allowed to run down to the dock and get off that ship for a little while. Anyway, it turns out this guy died. I don't know whatever happened to that officer that didn't report down there, that medical officer that was supposed to take care of this problem. He should have got court-martialed, and I hope he did, but I don't know whatever happened. Pretty soon we were notified of this, and they untied, and we took off and went to Bremerhaven in our ship. Got into Bremerhaven, and I took a train and went down to the Bachelor off, or down to my duty station, which was at Rhine-Main, Frankfurt, and took the train down and got off, of course, at the Bahnhof. The Bahnhof is the word for train station, and then my office was right across, within 3 or 4 blocks. And there was somebody there to meet me. I didn't realize that would happen. There were 6 or 8 of us getting off there, and the rest of them were going farther down into Germany, etc., etc. Some of them down into Italy. We had this troop train. It was a lot of fun. Oh, a lot of fun. We were a couple of days getting down there. Anyway, I got my job, and there I am at the Bachelorhof Hotel, which was Hitler's headquarters when World War II was on, and he'd go to Frankfurt. The Bachelorhof Hotel had always been his headquarters, even before he got to be the top dog in Germany. My office was right below his office, or his suite, where he would stay. He was on the 2nd floor, and of course our office was on the 1st floor. So that was pretty doggone interesting. But anyway, that was our duty right then and there. I had put in for Louise and the family to come across to join me, and they were able to do that, but they couldn't ship out until December. So in December, around the 15th of December, I knew that Louise was coming, that she had got orders. This friend of mine that took care of me being assigned to Europe, I had written to him and said I was trying to make arrangements for my family. I thanked him for the duty station and my duty, because it was an excellent job. Called for a lot of rank, but that didn't bother me. I was in Europe, and I thought that would be real nice. The war wasn't there. Could have been either way, but this is the way it happened. So I wrote and told him, I said I put in for travel for the family. I hadn't heard anything. Well, that's all I had to say to him. Next thing I knew, radio was Louise was patched in by radio across the continent and overseas to advise me that she had received orders to report to Washington, and they'd very shortly be on the way. 4 or 5 days, something like that, on what we called a SAM mission, which was a special air mission. So Louise made arrangements and people helped her, and they packed her all up, and away they went to Washington, to I think it was Maryland. I forgot the name of the air base right now, to come overseas. I'm going to take a little rest here now. Okay, the rest is over. All right, so they landed. Instead of coming into Frankfurt, the weather was bad. It was socked in. They couldn't get into Frankfurt. So they landed in Paris, called me. I'm expecting them in Frankfurt. Called me. I was notified by radio that they're in Paris. I called her down there, got a hold of her, told her I'd come down and get her. Took the train down, couldn't fly in because of the weather down there either. And they couldn't get off the ground because of the weather. So instead of us flying back together, we had to take a train. Now that's another story, and that's something else too. But Jim by that time had caught some kind of a sickness aboard the aircraft. Some of the babies that were aboard were sick. Jim caught it. Now there looked like there was some big trouble brewing. Anyway, we had dinner downtown in Paris, and then we got on the train and started up for Frankfurt. We got up to the border between France and Germany. They stopped the train to check everybody's ID, and Louise didn't have her passport because they didn't think she'd need one. They were going to mail it over to her in Frankfurt because she was going directly from the States to Frankfurt, Germany. She wouldn't need a passport. So Louise and the two kids didn't have any passport. So I had to work on some angle, and I did. I fiddled around and talked a little bit of German until they got disgusted with me, decided to let us go just to get rid of me, which was fine and dandy because we were heading for Frankfurt. Sooner the better. Turn the tape over and you'll hear more about this big deal. Jim was damn sick by this time. 8, 9, 10. Well, we're ready to go once more. Okay, we got into Frankfurt the next morning. I think it was around December the 15th, something like that. We had to get Jim to a doctor right away. So for a couple of days I had to take Jim, Louise and I did, over to the General Hospital, an Army General Hospital there in Frankfurt. But Jim wasn't getting any better. He was getting worse. You could take his skin and pinch it, and it was just like pinching a piece of paper or something like that. He was dehydrated, really dehydrated, to nothing practically. They tried all kinds of things, apple, crushed apple, everything. So about 2 or 3 days later, they said, look, we don't know what to do, but we're losing him. And they said, what do you think if we give him a blood transfusion? Well, hell, we weren't doctors. He said, I think the doctor said, and he was a major. And there were a lot of German doctors there, too, women. They're all nice people. So whatever you think, doctor, we got to do something. He said, well, that's the only thing left. We'll give him a blood transfusion. So they gave him a blood transfusion. My God, they called us the next day and said, holy cow, something like that. We gave this guy a blood transfusion. He pretty near jumps off the table. He is really recovered. Come on in, have a look-see. So I went in. Jim was jumping around then, real skinny, but full of life. Said, I think everything will be all right. But in the meantime, Christmas was rolling around. They still had to tie him down and give him intravenous food because he hadn't had any food and he'd lost it. He had diarrhea so bad that you could hear it. I mean, it was terrible while he was so sick. So around Christmas time, Jim was tied down in his little bed, and we got a picture of it here, in his little crib. And at Christmas time, he was still in the hospital. Louise wasn't feeling good on Christmas Day, and I had got a turkey and was cooking that up. We had a little Christmas tree. We had a maid by the name of Ruth, who lived up on the top of the story of these buildings, and these buildings were barracks at one time for the German soldiers. And anyway, comes Christmas Day, I was alone with Ann was feeling all right. That's right, Ann was feeling all right. So it was Annie and me. Mom was in bed, Louise was in bed, Jim was in the hospital. So we're sitting there trying to eat turkey, and Louise wasn't very hungry for any turkey. She was sick, too. Eventually, I went down. I'd go up through the back stairway to see Jim because they didn't want me down there. They didn't want any traffic down there while he was so sick. But I'd go up through the back stairway at night, and I got to know the nurses up there, and I'd peek in on Jim. And that poor little Jim, he would sit there and look at me. His arms were tied down, his legs were tied down, his eyes were just great big eyes, you know, and just look at me and cry and want to go home. He couldn't. But a few days later, they released Jim. And he was just as spry and nimble as he always had been, and he was always just kind of like a monkey, the way he could run around and do things. So everything worked out pretty good in the course of about a week and a half after we got back. Now it was time for me to go to work. Of course, I'd already been to work for about 3 months. I'd been there since September. But at least we had the family settled, and that helped a hell of a lot. Well, how was my duty? My duty was great. Aircraft came in maybe 24 hours a day from the States and all over, dropped civilians off, and a lot of times Air Force and Army people, service people. And my job, or our job at our office, was to meet those planes, bring them in by bus, put them in quarters, make sure they had food and so forth, and then issue the proper orders to get them where they were supposed to go. Now that was my duty, was commanding officer of this unit. Along with me in my same office across on the other side was a guy that we still send cards to, Major John, oh hell, can't think of his name right now. We send cards to him, Christmas cards. We have Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. And they had twin girls, I believe it was. Her name was Elsie, his wife. Anyway, he was in charge of another processing unit. I processed all these people, the civilians, so forth, put them away, and he was in charge of another processing unit. I can't remember what his job was. He and I got to be very good friends because our offices were very close together. The job was a good job. I did a good job while I was there. I had some commendations as a result of it. We met people. One trip we made was with the party that lived in the same barracks, or I better not call it a barracks. I didn't think of a barracks those days. The same kind of an apartment. Louise got acquainted with her. He was a civilian, a Jewish guy that could speak fluent German. So we took a trip together and went into Berlin. Well, Berlin at that time was pretty well taken over by the Russians. We had a certain part of Berlin we could go into, but you had to go through the Russian zone to get there. But he was good with his German, and he knew his way around. He'd been there before, so we went into Berlin, and that was really a nice trip. But you kind of sweat it a little bit. So we got into East Germany, or got into East Germany, and then got into Berlin. We kind of thought we'd like to take a trip into East Berlin, into the Russian zone. Well, we did that too, but we kind of sweat that also. But we were only there 2 or 3 days, and we came on back. And then after that, Louise ran into a friend of hers that had gone into the St. Teresa's College in Winona, Minnesota with her. She saw her at the PX, recognized Louise. They talked. Come to find out, her husband was a friend of mine in high school. We went to high school together. His name was Scharnweber. And so we got to be very good friends, and we took trips with them. And we went up to the Netherlands and around. And one time, Louise and I took about 5 or 6 days, and we went down to Rome, then Italy, Austria, all down through there for 5 or 6 days. We had a nice trip. We ran out of money. That was our problem. But since I knew that we were going into Rome, well, I'd been told, you know, if you just send a wire down to the Vatican, you might be able to get into one of these audiences by the Pope. So I sent a wire along asking for a special audience or just a chance to get in an audience, fired that thing along, and then when we got into Rome, we got in there late at night, and then the next morning I called in to see whether or not our audience was checked on and whether or not we were going to be able to get there. Well, I'm talking to some bishop from the States, and somehow I got into the wrong department. So I'm talking to more than bishops. I'm talking to some top dogs down there at the Vatican. So we got kind of shooting the breeze there a little bit, and I said, well, I was just hopeful that we were in Italy at the time, and that we could have one of these visitations or whatever with the Pope. And I said, I was just thinking maybe we could get into some kind of a special deal. And this Fella turns out to be a bishop, and he said, "Oh, special deal, huh?" And I said, "Well, I'd like that." He said, "I'll tell you what." He and I got visiting for a while, so that made it a little more friendly. He called back a little while, and he said, "Tell you what, can you get your wife out of bed here pretty quick? What's your condition?" I said, "Well, she's still in bed, but we can handle that detail." He said, "If you'll go down to the front of the hotel where you stay, then I'll have somebody come over there with a car and pick you up, and we'll get you in on one of your so-called special deals with the Pope." Well, that was a little hard to believe, but I said, "Okay." So I get Louise up. We run downstairs in due course, standing out in front of this hotel. Up comes this vehicle. Out jumps a priest. He ushers us into the automobile, and away we go over to the no, what do you call it? The Vatican. We go through a bunch of guards. We buzz along, you know. Pretty soon he drops us off, and he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, I can't go upstairs with you. I can't see the Pope, but you can, because you're getting in on this thing. Just jump aboard there on that, oh, Jesus, where are we? On that elevator. You get on that elevator, and away you go up to the second or third floor, whatever it was. We got up there. Well, anyway, before the whole thing was over, we're standing there. Now, I could hardly believe this. There was about 20, 25 people. Maybe 40, I don't know. Not very many. And they're all standing around, I mean, VIPs from all over the world. Pretty soon, the Pope walks in, and this was unbelievable to us, because we were Catholics, you know. We liked that. Anyway, he walked around pretty soon, and he introduced himself. Well, he didn't have to do that, because we knew who he was. He came up to me, and he said, "Well, let's see now, where are you from?" And I said, "Well, I'm from the United States." Well, I was in uniform. He said, "I can tell that." He said, "I used to go to the States. I was there lots of times. I've been to Detroit and so forth. What part of the country are you from?" And I said, "Well, Michigan, Kalamazoo. That's only 150 miles from Detroit." So anyway, gee, he was nice. Pope Pius XI, something like that. So I turned around and I said, "Well, this is my wife, Louise." Well, hell, Louise damn near fainted right then and there. She crumbled and pretty near went to the floor. I had to practically pick her up. And anyway, it was really a wonderful thing. They took pictures. They sent the pictures back to our hotel for us. It was really a wonderful thing, a real opportunity that very few people in this world have ever had. So some people told me after I got back to the States, they said, "Anybody that ever sees a Pope has got a direct line right to heaven." Well, that's a pretty damn good deal. I could use that. So I hope it works out. I might say, though, too, in all importance of this thing, that the Pope blessed different things that we had, rosaries, just all kinds of things. I came back with a lot of things. And we visited for a while. He and I got to be pretty good friends. In fact, I thought he might ask for my autograph, but he didn't. Well, after many trips around Europe and doing my job, getting ready to come back, finding we had many problems here back with our business, I was anxious to get back to the States. But anyway, back in, I think it was in September 1952 that my time was up, and I issued orders. The fact of the matter is, I issued my own orders to come back to the States in accordance with the existing regulations. So we came back to the States. When I got back to the States, I found out that the business was in terrible shape, which didn't surprise me. And I bypassed the processing of the Airforce at Idlewild in New York City, outside New York City. They are based there. Bypassed it, came on home, brought the family home, went back, went through my processing and came back and was separated from the service. And that was I think it was late September 1952. Things were not in good order, but it was another deal of you start over again and do the best you can. Harder you work, the luckier you are. And I'll be saying that again before this is all over. Okay, now it's 1952, about September. Well, in 1953, I got a letter from the same general telling me that he was in Turkey, and he was coming to Kalamazoo, or not Kalamazoo, but to Michigan, going to the 10th Air Force, which is at Mount Clemens, and he was going to be the commanding officer there. And he thought that was pretty nice because he and I would get to see each other again. Well, I was tickled to death to hear that, other than the fact I didn't have anything to do with Mount Clemens or the 10th Air Force, Selfridge Field. Anyway, he came into Michigan, let me know when he got there, and we talked a little bit. One day, I got a call. Now, I'm back into my old reserve unit, same one I left. I'm back in that again. While I was gone, some of these guys got promoted, but because I was gone, I don't get promoted by these people. Anyway, he called one day and he said, say, he didn't. His adjutant did. His, what do I want to call him? Well, I can't think of the word. It's his assistant, really. His name was Ruth, Bob Ruth, Captain Ruth. Can't think of the word right now, but he's assistant. He's the guy that had to run around and be kind of a gopher for him. He called and he said, this is Captain Ruth, etc., etc. General Grusendorf wanted me to call and say that he'd be landing at 1000 tomorrow morning at Kalamazoo Airport. Boy, I was stunned. I said, yeah, why's that? He said, he's coming in to see you. And this was 1953. And I said, oh, well, that's nice. Gee, 10 o'clock, huh? He said, yep, touchdown, 10 o'clock. That's the information I'm supposed to give you. And I said, okay, thanks very much, hung up. Boy, was I surprised. I got thinking, gee, this is a good chance for him to come and talk to our squadron, our unit. And we'll get a little publicity, maybe. Maybe we can get some more guys to join our unit. So I called back and I said, Captain Ruth, I'm wondering if the general would like to meet with our unit here, our reserve unit, and have a little discussion with them, and I think it would be a good morale builder. He said, just a minute. So he gets back and he said, be happy to do it. We'll sit down, 10 o'clock, 1000. So, okay. So I call our local people, the guy that was in charge. He got promoted from captain to major while I was gone. Anyway, so I got a hold of him, and he said, oh, gee, that's great. How'd this happen? I said, well, I don't know, really, but let's set that up for tomorrow noon, and then he's coming in at 10 o'clock, and we can go out there and meet him. He said, gee, Goetting, have you got a blue uniform that'll fit me? Well, you see, our uniforms had changed color from World War II to the new Air Force blue. I said, yeah, I've got a Class A blouse, and then I'll wear my Eisenhower jacket. So we met the aircraft. We got pictures of it. Now, these guys said, well, since you're the junior officer, Goetting, tell you what, you'll get away at the tail end of the line. All the colonels and me as commanding officer, I meet the general. So you'll be back in here, which made me around the 10th or 12th officer. I said, okay. They didn't know I knew this guy. They had no idea I knew this general. So anyway, he flies in, touches down, and they opened up the door, and he comes, stands at the door. First the sergeant lets down the steps and so on and so forth. It was a DC-3, C-47. And he comes, he stands there, the general stands there, and he's looking around. And this guy is saluting him, and all these colonels are saluting, from our unit. Pretty soon, he looks around, he said, where's Goetting? I thought this major was going to flip right then and there, because he had no idea I even knew this general, and the general knew me. So I stepped forward, here I am, sir. I give him a big salute, too. Well, anyway, it turned out to be a fun time. He came in, we ate at the Elks after our meeting, our critique, as we called it. And he said to Bob, his aide, as it was known, say, Bob, there's something missing here. What is it? Captain, he said, isn't Goetting out of uniform? And Captain Ruth says, yeah, that's right. In the meantime, I'd gone up and got Louise, and he suggested we all have lunch together, which we did. We went to the Elks, which was just next door, practically, from where our meetings had been held in another building. He said, yes, sir, he is out of uniform. So I'm looking at my uniform. I said, what the hell is wrong with my uniform? I'm saying to myself, it looks okay to me. I'm thinking this, So he said, well, he's out of uniform. Now, what do we do about that? Captain Ruth said, well, gee, sir, I think something ought to be done. He said, I think so, too. This guy doesn't even know how to stay in uniform. So I'm wondering, what's the joke? So he hands Louise this majority. I had been promoted to major. And he brought the orders, and he brought the majority insignia. So he had Louise put it on, now I'm a major. That's pretty good. So anyway, we visited a little while, and he left. But while we were at this meeting, this major that was our squadron commander said, Well, sir, we got arrangements made to go out for lunch. Are you going to be here for lunch? He said, yes, I am going to be here for lunch. He said, well, that's fine. We got arrangements made. And he said, no, I'm going to eat with Ray. These guys couldn't believe that I knew this guy. I'd known him from 1944 to about 43, right up to that time, which was now 1953, so I already knew him 10 years. And we had been friends. And we'd hunted together, and he was my commanding officer. And he was a good one. He liked me, I liked him. So we were getting along real fine. So this was quite an incident for these clowns down here in Kalamazoo. Well, eventually I got transferred from Kalamazoo over to 10th Air Force because he was the commanding general there, and I got a good job there. Eventually he moved on up to Washington about 4 or 5 years later, because I joined him in 56 or 57. Oh, before that. I joined him in 1953 or 4. Then in 1956 or 7, he moved on to Washington, and shortly thereafter I moved on to Washington too with my M-Day assignment. And I think it was in December of 1960 I got promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. But he had retired in about 1958. So I still was in Washington about 5 years with that M-Day assignment. Then in 1962, I retired with my over 20 years in. And Louise said all I was doing was playing Boy Scout most of the time. Well, I wasn't. I was busy. I was earning points towards retirement, and I retired. And since my age 60, I've been drawing a pension. Now, that's the whole story of my service. Gosh, I've been out of uniform now for, let's see, 40 years, since 53. Now what I'm going to do is try to think of some other things that happened during my time, this whole period of time, even starting when I was 4 or 5 years old, that I think are incidents that were pretty funny. If you haven't picked up any humor yet, I'm going to find some. So I'll get back on this thing a little bit later. Well, I'm back now. There's so many things in our life, or my life, that were interesting and really funny. It was a great life. Well, let's go back to one that I remember, learning to ride a bike right out in front of our house. I must have been about 6, 7 years old. And we lived on a hill. So my dad stuck me on this bike, and so I could go downhill on the sidewalk. Well, I went down that hill all right. I'd never been on a bike before. Ran right into a tree. Handlebar went into my stomach, and I was sick for about 4 or 5 days. That's the way I learned to ride that bike. I had a real scar on my belly, right next to my belly button on the right-hand side for many, many years. Another situation is when my father was teaching us how to hunt and carry a gun and so forth. He was always sure in his own mind that he had convinced us that you should always keep the barrel down towards the ground. Be very, very careful. We got all kinds of good instructions. Well, I'm going along one day while we're hunting, I think we were hunting squirrels, something like that, and I had this little 22 single shot. And I was so dedicated to keeping that barrel down that I did keep it down, and my knee hit the gun, and the damn thing went off, and the bullet went right through my right foot, between my little toe and my next toe. And I didn't dare tell my father, but boy, I could see the blood running out down into my shoe. I could feel it. Anyway, later on, a day or two later, I went to our doctor without telling my mother or dad a thing. He looked at it and fixed it all up and promised me that he wouldn't tell my dad or mother, and he didn't. I must have been 10, 11 years old. And I remember also when I was learning to drive the car, we used to steer it. We'd sit next to my dad. We could steer it and do the shifting because those days you didn't have automatic transmission, so he'd slip the clutch and I'd shift it. So I'm going around a corner one time, and I don't know, he didn't like the way I was steering it, I guess. He pulled on that emergency brake that was right down near the shifting gear. We damn near both went right through the windshield. I remember that one. And then another time, we used to have BB guns when we were 10 years old. Ralph and I both had one. And we'd go down and we'd shoot pigeons and things like that off of the roofs of houses. And we were shooting them with those guns most of the time. Anyway, Miss Snodgrass, who was the principal of our high school, she took mine away from me when I think I was about a sophomore in high school. She never gave that thing back to me until I graduated from high school. And then at the graduation, she didn't give me my diploma. when it came time for me to lift the diploma off the top of the pile, there wasn't any for me, so I had to pass the pile on. And a couple of days later, she called the house and said I could pick up my diploma, and when I did that, she picked up my BB gun. She had that thing for 2 years. I've still got the BB gun. I've had it now for 65 years. And then in 1935, thereabouts, I was riding the rods under the train. I'd left home. I wasn't living at home anyway. And I rode the rods and rode the freight cars. And I was on my own for, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Got all around the Midwest and came back one time. From that trip, of course, I came back because I got back. That's obvious. And then in about 1934, when I was in the CCCs, I had my first drink of booze, which happened to be gin. The guy in the tent, now I was about 15 years old, and you're supposed to be 18 to get in there. Anyway, he had a bottle of gin, and he just took the cap of it and filled it with gin and gave it to me, and that's my first drink of liquor. I didn't like it either. I was 15 years old. Then when we were about that age or younger, when we smoked grapevine, dry grapevine, or corn silk, one of the two. And I don't think the folks knew much about that other than the fact we did have a grapevine and we would find some dry grapevine there. So that worked out all right too for a kid. And then when I was amateur fighting back in about 1935, I believe it was, I got $5 at the local armory for my first fight. And I wasn't living at home. And I remember the night before the fight, well, the night of the fight, really, I bought a can of spinach for about 15 cents and took it down to the diner, which was right below where my father had his printing company, and I worked for him. And I'd give the guy 5 cents and he'd warm up my can of spinach. So I'd have my big can of spinach that cost me 15 cents, and he would warm it up for me for a nickel, so I had 20 cents in my supper that night before I started into my first fight, amateur fight. Eventually, I won the local Golden Gloves tournament, and that worked out pretty good, too. Later in Rochester, I went with Goodyear Company after I was out of school, and that worked out just fine. In charge of what they called the sales of the lifeguard tube, which is something that's passé now. And that was a real good job. It went on from 1938 to 1940. And 1937, it took on an additional job as a collector, and I had a state of Minnesota printed in gold leaf on my car. So this was just another added duty. I was doing everything I can to make a living, and I was having a good time at it. I had gold leaf put on my car, and it said on there, state of Minnesota. It looked just about as official as any car could. And my father and I went up to the sportsman show in Minneapolis, and I parked that thing right out there in front. And there was a party there at the door to make sure people didn't park there, but he could see that state of Minnesota on there, and I got out, and I went around and let my father out the right door. Now, this was just a little Plymouth coupe, a 1935 coupe, blue, with the state of Minnesota on it. It looked awfully official. I convinced the guy at the door that it was official. I said, I'm just the driver for this car, and this gentleman come in. I wondered if you'd watch it. I parked that thing there for about 4 hours or 5 hours while we went to the show. That guy outside, when I came out, hell, he opened the door for my dad to let him in. So that was an interesting thing, too. It's a sportsman show. So the doorman watched our car for us. We didn't have to pay any parking fee, and it worked out real good. Okay, then when I was in Battery G in California as a private, then I got to be a corporal, and as a corporal, of course, I had my own squad. And we'd go into the cemeteries on our maneuvers at times. And one time we were way up in Moses Lake in Washington on combined maneuvers. And a bunch of us, at night, we were camped out, set up our bivouac. That's what you called it at the time, a bivouac. We set up the bivouac. And then we went out. We were parked we were stationed, we had our bivouac set up somewhere near a cemetery, so we spotted that. But we had a young guy in our organization that was kind of a oddball. So eventually, a couple of us ran him into the cemetery about 11 o'clock at night, something like that, supposedly out checking for the enemy. It was a mock war deal. And then we had guys in there with their sheets, and they jumped up out of the cemetery, right near where we got him, next to the headstones, and it scared the living hell out of him, and he kept running. I think we didn't catch him until the next day sometime. His name was Lyons. I'll never forget that. So those are just some of the things I can remember, and there's a lot more, but I just haven't got time to get them on here, and right at the moment I can't remember them. But I would in due course if I made a good effort. Oh, there was another incident, 1941, out in the parade grounds. Now I'm talking about at Riverside, California, at Camp Hahn. I had a little problem with one of my guys in the squadron, and a couple of the sergeants that I'd been boxing with. They got a little excited about that, I guess. So we all went up to the PX and had a few beers, and the next thing I knew, this guy had challenged me kind of to a fight. So we went out on the parade grounds, had our fight, and the next thing I knew, I woke up about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning out in the parade grounds all by myself. I'd been knocked cold. I didn't know till 40 years later, 50 years later, when we had a so-called reunion of our organization, of the National Guard, that 3 of the sergeants that were at the reunion came and told me, said, "You remember that little time that you were out on that parade grounds, Ray?" And I said, "Yeah, I sure as hell do." And I'd never tell anybody what happened. I had scars all over me the next day, and the commanding officer wanted to know what the story was, and I said, I just didn't remember much about it. Anyway, he said, "You know, you were beating the hell out of this guy, Scott," and that was the guy's name. So he hollered for us to come to help, and we ended up kicking you and everything else before we could ever get you down and out far enough so we could walk away. And I said, "Yeah, well, I can believe that." But I didn't know who did it, and I wasn't about to tell anybody. He said, "Well, we hit you with the rifle butts." And I was out until around 5 o'clock in the morning, woke up and had to walk back to our squadron, our battery, and stand in for reveille. No one ever knew what happened, and I didn't know the full story until then. Now I found the story out later on, 50 years later. Now that's another pretty interesting story. But you could see I was pretty doggone active all the time, day and night, I guess. One of the nicest things said about me was by this General Grusendorf, who I pointed out earlier, was my good friend and helped me, and we were friends for 50 years. One time I saw in one of his recommendations, in what we called an efficiency report, and he had told me this directly. He said, "You know, Goetting, you're a taskmaster. You're like a bull in a china closet." That's what they tell me, but you are a taskmaster. You're a tough one to work with, but you sure as hell do get the job done. Well, the harder you work, the luckier you get. We've been fortunate, we know it. So enjoy this tape and this story and have fun. Auf Wiedersehen, this is Ray, 23 November 1993. Auf Wiedersehen.